Copyright 2023, Polly Babbington. All rights reserved. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. Welcome to the world of Pretty Beach. A sweeping, sparkly blue inlet town surrounded by water, crisscrossed with sweet old laneways, filled with wonderful characters, and overlooked by a quaint old blue and white lighthouse. Chapter 1. Pip Toppleton stood by the window, gazing out over the Pretty Beach hills. The hills she loved, the hills that had surrounded and cosseted her as she'd grown up, the hills where she wanted to stay for the rest of her life. She sighed as she watched the familiar, intermittent gleam of the lighthouse far off in the distance. If you didn't know it, you wouldn't realize it was the lighthouse glinting, but those in the hills knew. Those in the hills were comforted by its presence. They watched it at night, blinking from afar, and saw it shining in the day. She squinted down towards the Golden Lion pub at the intersection of the lanes. Smoke furled from the chimney, and she could just see the bunting crossing the street by the village shop flapping in the wind. She wondered if Betty at the shop would have put the bread delivery out yet, and let inconsequential thoughts run through her brain as she stared out the window. Anything to stop thinking about the real stuff on her mind. Pip leant against the architrave of the old sash window, with her arms crossed, and sighed. It looked like it was going to be a beautiful day. A lovely day to stroll along the bridle way and do what she loved best. A chance to get outside and let nature do its thing with the inside of Pip's brain. Not that she needed the weather to give her permission to get outside in the fresh air. Pip Toppleton was always outside, lapping up nature every which way she could. Most of the time, getting outside had been the sanctuary that had soothed her mind. But it wasn't working quite as well at the moment, because she had quite a few pressing things on the table, namely putting food on it. That was always a good idea. As she made her way down the steep stairs, she noticed the house seemed eerily quiet without her girls. She always felt a mixture of freedom and loss when it was their weekend with their dad. Freedom to get outside, wander down the bridle way, cross over the disused train tracks, have an amble by the stream, and end up at the village. Sometimes she'd stroll all the way to Pretty Beach, but lost without someone constantly calling her name or asking for a lift. The house was quietly calm. Padding down the tightly turning back stairs into the snug, she then crossed the flagstone entrance hall and looked around at the lovely old house. As she passed the sitting room on the way to the kitchen, she thought about the meeting she'd had a few weeks before with lovely Shane, the estate agent from Pretty Beach. Shane had been around to have a look at the house and paddock and give her a pointer on a few things. Then, as they'd sat down with a cup of tea, he had slipped into industry speak. Afterwards, when he'd got back into the office, he'd sent her a little text message spiel informing her he wouldn't even need to go to market with her house, should she decide selling it was definitely an avenue she wanted to explore. Pip smiled to herself as she thought about Shane. She'd gone to school with him down in Pretty Beach. He was sweet and good at his job, but little did he know that she'd never intended on actually selling the house. But she was playing a game. He'd been so earnest when he'd told her sweetly that he would more than likely be able to sell the house in an hour, and definitely by the end of the day. She'd smiled and nodded at that, and knew that he wouldn't have minded knowing that their meeting was just to let Pip's ex think that she was putting the wheels in motion to get him the money he was after. Even though they'd never married, the law and his fancy-pants solicitor, unfortunately, meant he had a claim on the house. She closed her eyes after rereading the message. There was no way she was selling her house. No way in the world. Nestled in this village hamlet, sat in the hills behind Pretty Beach, you will discover this appealing detached Grade 2 listed 4-bedroom house with adjacent outbuildings. Brick built with a slate roof, the 4-bedroom house was extended on the north side in the 1950s and also includes a snug, study, and conservatory on the ground floor, along with a cellar and a beautifully handcrafted kitchen with an Aga and fireplace. The property includes stables and nearby fenced grazing paddocks, with hacking and riding available on a network of bridleways. The house also has a walled garden, originally the kitchen garden of Seafolly Hill House, and a few of the original fig trees are evident in the well-tended orchard by the property's stream. The oddest thing of all was that Pip had cried when she'd read Shane's message. Not little, namby-pamby, warm tears slipping out of the corner of her eyes and rolling down her cheeks like an actress in a film. Oh, no. There was no slow blinking of eyes and side-to-camera crumpling of faces. Nope. Pip had gone full-on into real girl, ugly, snotty blubbing, gripping onto the farmhouse table in the kitchen, sobbing with quite the side of wailing thrown in for good measure. The message with its estate agent speak had pushed her over some imaginary edge she hadn't realised she'd been sitting on the precipice of for a long time. A very long time. It had, though, tightened her resolve that she would rather lie down and die than lose the house. Nigel, her ex, had taken enough of her. She'd be damned if he thought he was getting any of the house either. She'd phoned Shane as soon as she'd gathered herself from the blubbing and told him to sell the paddock at the back, but there was no way she was selling her house. The house had been in the Toppleton family for generations, for as long as anyone could remember, and she was never going to let it go. After toasting herself 2 crumpets, splodging on so much of the butter from the farm down the road that the plate swam in it, she took the crumpets and a cup of tea and went and sat in the snug at the back of the house. As she sipped her tea and stared at the bookcase hiding the door to a secret room, she mulled over the situation with her ex, Nigel. Staring at the door to the little room, she thought about all the times she'd hidden in the secret room under the stairs when she was a little girl, just as her girls still did. She'd be darned if Nigel was going to take it away. She nodded to herself. She had to play the game, which was how Shane, the estate agent, had come to be sitting with her in a professional capacity in the first place. Not that he had known that he was mostly wasting his time talking about the actual house. She'd not let on to anyone about that. She'd considered Shane and his time before she'd had the meeting with him, and she knew that he'd be more than happy to be involved in her scheming. He was true blue pretty beach and had, like others, had a run-in with Nigel himself. It was a shame Pip hadn't realised that when she'd first met Nigel. What Shane did now know was that she was definitely going to be selling off a paddock which wouldn't really affect her house, but it would give Nigel the money he thought he deserved. Pip was playing the long game. She'd been playing it since she'd seen Nigel getting to know his South American colleague he worked with very well on the camera she'd installed in one of the old stables. Installing a camera was a bit of a push. It had been a wireless video doorbell, but it had done the trick. And since that day, when the app on her phone had confirmed that Nigel wasn't examining spreadsheets with the woman from work, she'd been calm and calculated and on the ball. It had been that way right up until Shane had sent her the text, whereupon she'd collapsed into a blubbering heap. But she was still way ahead in the game. Now, though, as things with Nigel were getting to closure, he was stamping his foot a little bit. He wanted quite a bit of money. He'd said it was rightfully his. Not that she cared that much, because she had plenty more ammunition to throw at him, like his incy-wincy bits of clever accounting, also known as tax evasion, but she didn't want to get into that. She'd just sell the paddock and let him think he'd done well. That had been her game strategy since the first time she'd realised that the Ecuadorian had not just been coming over to go through profit and loss. It had been a few years since she'd seen the evidence on her phone screen, and on top of rolling out all sorts of strategies, Pip had siphoned off money, so Nigel didn't know about it. And, oh, how carefully she'd done it too. The money hadn't gone literally under the mattress, as it were, but it had been dispensed off to her dad, who, it had turned out, was rather good at hiding things under his bed. She finished the crumpets and wiped her mouth with a linen napkin. How good the butter from the farm down the road tasted. She'd embraced butter since Nigel had gone. She'd embraced a lot of things. The lack of visits for her Botox top-ups, ditto manicures and pedicures, no hair extensions for that little bit of extra zhoosh, and zero dieting. She was ridiculously happily not plant-based, that was a fact. She'd no longer had to keep herself looking the way he liked her to look when she was on his arm, which had been the main reason he'd been with her in the first place. Taking a deep breath and hoping that the bridal way would help to soothe her jumbled mind, she put her plate and cup in the dishwasher, slipped on her yard boots by the back door, and strolled through the garden towards the orchard. The sun was just beginning to peek through the clouds when Pip arrived at the bridal way. She'd walked it countless times before, but today it seemed extra sweet with its whiff of spring in the air. The trees blossomed with leaves. The hedgerows lining the path seemed as if they were alive, and there were lambs in the far field. The sky was the sort of blue that she'd only ever seen in the hills of Pretty Beach, a coastally, aquary, Englishy blue. Pip's heart swelled as she inhaled deeply and bent down to the crocuses lining the path. She loved spring and everything it brought with it. Even with life weighing heavily on her mind, she took in her surroundings, and with the village shop as her destination, her brain slowly began to decompress. Not that her jumbled thoughts went away completely. That wouldn't happen until Nigel was paid off, and she knew what was what, and her finances were set. She stopped in her tracks to examine the tiny flowers of blackthorn, letting out a sigh and closing her eyes. She was sick of worrying and tired of feeling like she was treading water. She needed to be out in nature, taking a walk and clearing her head, not worrying about Nigel and his antics. She stopped for a moment by the old stile, looking over the patchwork quilt of fields fitting together like a puzzle all the way down to the sea, deciding whether or not to go the long way down the bridle way or through the fields. She closed her eyes for a second, inhaled, and then stared up as a flock of birds hung high in the sky overhead. Deciding she needed as much fresh air as she had time for, she settled on the long way around and climbed over the stile. Ambling along the bridleway, she was lost in thought until she got to a lane where she could see the golden Lion pub sitting proudly in the sunshine. Harriet, their owner, was standing outside in green wellies, watering the long line of hanging baskets, going from left to right. "Morning," Harriet called out cheerily. "What a stunner of a day. At long last, we're seeing the back of the bad weather." "Yup, I just thought the same," Pip agreed. "It's a gorgeous day." "No girls today?" "No, it's not my week." "A bit of peace for you, then," Harriet laughed. "Indeed, I need it." "Where are you off to? Off down to Pretty Beach for the morning, are you?" "No, just the shop. Do you know if Holly's girls have been in with the bread delivery yet?" "Not sure." Harriet inclined her head towards the interior of the pub. "I was cleaning the bar from early on." "Oh, right. I'll soon find out." "What are you up to for the rest of the day?" Harriet asked as she put her watering can down and took a few steps closer to Pip. Pip could have listed a million things from the reams of lists in her head, most of which she couldn't be bothered to go into. No one wanted to know the ins and outs of her busy day. "Oh, you know, this and that. I'm working from home. You?" Harriet nodded over towards the pub, where the pastel Pretty Beach bunting strung from left to right across the whole of the top of the building and flapped in the wind. "The usual." "Nice. How's your mum?" Harriet asked with a concerned look on her face. "Yeah, up and down." "Let me know if you need anything." "Will do," Pip replied and waved goodbye. As she walked further down the lane, she stopped at the fence by the pond where a family of ducks waddled around by the water's edge, and an old willow tree rustled in the wind, the sun glinting through its leaves in flashes of light. As Pip stood gazing at the ducks, she felt a surge of gratitude for the pretty beach hills. All it took was the simple pleasures and the little things to make her world feel better. A walk on the bridleway, a chat with a local, and nature all around her always brightened up her life. And stupid, Nigel thought he was going to take it all away. He had another thing coming if he thought that was how it was going to turn out. The path wound into the side of the lane, marked by hundreds of years' worth of footsteps, and led down towards the tiny village centre, where doors of the long rows of cottages on either side opened directly onto the pavement. Tiny, the village most certainly was. A corner shop, a community hall, another pub, the Ship Inn, the old post office with its red post box built into the side of a cottage, the teeny village school, the church, and the rectory. Pip paused at the top of the main street to take it all in. The pastel pinks and blues of the old cottages, the cobblestone street, the window boxes carefully tended, and the tiny little dormer windows peeping out from the eaves. On the lovely spring day, everything looked to be smiling. As she got further into the village, she smiled at the WI ladies sitting chatting in a row on a bench, and waved her hand in acknowledgement. Making her way further along the main street, Pip walked past window boxes full of daffodils until she came to the corner shop, which wasn't at the corner at all, but slap bang in the middle of a long line of terraced cottages, each one an anchor for the pastel lines of pretty beach bunting. Arriving at the shop, she pushed open the door with the sound of a shop bell tinkling merrily overhead. Inhaling as she stepped in, she was greeted by the shop smell she'd known all her life. A mixture that meant comfort, freshly delivered bread, spices, coffee, and just village life, all amalgamated into the cramped shelves of the store. She walked down the jam-packed aisle on the right-hand side, where the small, overcrowded space catered for just about any occasion and everything else in between. Everywhere she looked, things were piled up haphazardly, stacks of cardboard boxes, a small showcase of local jam, a little display unit packed with a towering stack of birthday cards, and a charity coin collection box. At the back, a large timber counter ran the width of the shop, its top littered with sweets, SIM cards, boxes of biscuits, tins, and all sorts neatly stacked. Pip paused for a moment, picked up a box of tea bags, and waited for Betty to emerge from the back. A few seconds later, Betty, with her white blonde tumble of curls piled up on top of her head, bustled out from the back with a mug of tea in her hand. "Morning, my lovely. How are we? What a beautiful day. Hopefully, we've seen the last of the rain. Off down to Pretty Beach, are you?" Pip wasn't sure how she was feeling. She had a lot going on in her head, she did know that. "Yep, I'm good. The bridleway was gorgeous this morning. It never gets old as far as I'm concerned." "I bet. I've already had the fair weather walkers in," Betty replied with a nod and a sip of her tea. Pip nodded. "Yes, I saw a few too, all cagouled up and on their way down to the lighthouse. Indeed, it started, and they'll be with us until October." Betty laughed. "Yep, Harriet is already getting ready for it. She said she's been cleaning all morning." "That I can believe. Holly's already been up here with a double order too. We know the time of year by the size of Holly's delivery." Pip chuckled. "And so it begins." "What are you up to? Where are the girls? With you-know-who, are they?" "Yes, they're with Nigel. I've got a bit of peace and quiet." Pip nodded. Betty clicked her tongue in a bit of a tut. "In here, the other day, he was. You should have seen how quickly the locals only went under the counter." Betty chortled. "You make me die, Bets. You really think I'd give the likes of him anything that's worth having?" "Well, no, but you still make me laugh," Pip acknowledged. "I don't make him laugh." Betty raised her chin a touch and her eyebrows flicked upwards. "I hear he's got his eye on the house." Pip smiled back. She'd wondered how long it would be before Betty knew. "Shane?" "Yep, I saw him down the smugglers. So old matey boy Nigel thinks you might sell." Betty smirked. Does he have anything inside of that skull of his? He would be so lucky. Shane told me all about it, but I thought to myself that you probably have other plans. Not that I said that, of course. Yeah, I'm going to sell the old paddock. Betty nodded and scrunched up her lips. Thought as much. No flies on you. No. And then what? Pip nodded earnestly. And then nothing. That should get rid of him. I should say so. Or we'll need to start on other things, Betty stated seriously. Pip laughed at Betty's reference to an old folk legend, whereby the people of Pretty Beach Hills got rid of anyone they didn't like. Hillies? You said it. You did warn me when I first met him that he wasn't giving you the right vibes. Why did I not listen, Bets? Pip admitted. And we all know we have to get past a trial in the shop with Betty, and then a second one with Harriet in the pub. It fell on deaf ears in my case concerning him. It did. You live and learn, Betty said. Knew it as soon as I clapped eyes on him. I wish I'd taken heed. Didn't look too bad, though, Betty chortled. I'll give that to him. I guess so. I was swayed by that for sure. You got a couple of very gorgeous girls out of it, so there is that, Betty acknowledged. Can't argue with that, Pip replied as she put the tea bags on the counter and pushed them towards Betty. Betty nodded. Yep, all ready on your tab. Pip laughed. She'd been going into the shop for more or less her whole life, and she still had no idea how Betty, without a calculator, till, or payment dongle, knew everyone's tab down to the last penny every single week. Betty raised her mug up. Tea for the way back? Pip nodded. You spoil me, Bets. Love one, thanks. She watched as Betty went out the back and, 2 minutes later, came back with a pink reusable cup and slid it across the counter. There you go. Thanks. What are you up to today? Any plans for later? Pip asked. Betty pointed out to the open door behind her. It's sunny. Ha ha ha. I know what that means, Pip chuckled. You'll be sitting out the back in the sun trap working on your tan. Betty nodded. I've already had Pete on the phone this morning. He's coming up after he's been on the boat. Pip shook her head at Betty's already tanned face. You, too, are hilarious. Got to be done, Pip. Got to be done. You know me, love a bit of vitamin D. Pip picked up her tea bags. Yep, indeed. Be seeing you then. Will do. See you in the pub if not before. Be good, and don't let that idiot ex of yours get to you. Pip smiled as she walked away. Easier said than done. Chapter 2. Pip made her way back along the main street, past the long rows of pastel-coloured cottages, and along past the tiny primary school. She paused at the top of the street to take it all in. The cottages in their beautiful array of pastel hues, the crooked chimneys, slate roofs, some with ivy creeping up the walls. Overhead, pretty pastel triangles fluttered cheerfully in the breeze, and Pip could almost feel the echoes of history on the cobblestones beneath her feet. When the sky was blue over the hills, there was nothing quite like it. She sighed to herself as she clutched her tea, incredibly grateful for her existence in the idyllic little corner of the world. She turned past the church and the old rectory, and then strolled along the public footpath running alongside. As she sipped the tea Betty had made for her, she made her way to the stile, hopped over, and then paused for a second, looking all the way along the bridle way, the warmth of the spring sun toasting the back of her neck. She raised her eyebrows in greeting at a walking group as they strolled past, and smiled at the daffodils bobbing their heads underneath the hedgerows. She might have a few problems on her mind, but life in the Pretty Beach Hills on a spring morning was mostly good. As she continued her walk, inhaling the fresh country air, gravelly, compacted soil crunched underneath her feet. The hedges and grass glistened with dew, and every now and then a breeze shook the trees and whisked her hair around her head. The bridleway was always beautiful whenever Pip walked it, but today it was showing off with the change in season. It took Pip's breath away as she strolled along in an attempt to clear her head. The further along the bridleway she went, the more she got lost in the vibrant greens, and when she came to the stream that ran down towards Pretty Beach, she finished her tea and wedged the cup into the pocket of her ridgeline coat. For a minute, she just stood still by the stream, breathing in the clean air and listening to the sound of water burbling past rocks and over shiny pebbles. She watched a butterfly drift past and listened to the serene sound of birds twittering in the trees. None of it was anything new. Pip had grown up by the stream and loved how just being beside it filled her with tranquility and made all seem right with the world. As she turned a corner, climbed over another stile, and took a fork in the path, she mulled over the conundrum of what she was going to do about Nigel. Following along the side of the bubbling stream, she turned as it meandered, crossed over a tiny bridge and onto her land. Just as she was going underneath the old apple trees at the bottom of the orchard, she nearly jumped out of her skin when a man without a shirt appeared from the trees with his hand held up aggressively in a stop sign. Trying not to gape at his shirtless attire and feeling a mixture of attraction and fear at this stranger appearing from nowhere, she took note of his commanding sign and stopped in her tracks. The man had taken her completely by surprise. Pip felt her heart racing, and not only in fear. What was presented to her was rather on the nice side. Tall, standing proud, with a very handsome face. It had to be said that the face didn't look too happy. Pip frowned and went to say something. The man whisper-hissed, "Don't move. Back off." Pip was suddenly indignant. Who was this stranger telling her what to do on her own property? "Excuse me," Pip exclaimed. "You're trespassing." Pip tried to mask her surprise at his disdain as she spoke. She attempted to speak in a strong voice. She didn't feel too strong. She did feel a very odd and long absent tingle, somewhere she hadn't felt one for a very long time. "I don't give a monkey's," the man hissed, standing stock still without looking at her, his gaze fixed on whatever it was in front of him. Pip blinked rapidly, not quite knowing what to say. She spluttered a bit, her voice less strong. "This is private property." "Sue me," the man fired back, still without looking in Pip's direction. "It would fall under negligence due to inadvertently straying off the path for valid reasons." Pip swallowed and felt her hands ball into fists as she took in the shirtless man in front of her. He wasn't unfit. There were muscles on muscles, if that was even a thing. She frowned when she heard a whimper, and as she went to move forward to investigate, a twig snapped under her foot. The man swore at her intrusion. He reiterated for her not to move by insistently holding up his hand again. He hissed, "There's a dog here, and he appears to have hurt his paw. He was coming down the path there, and I cajoled him in here, but he's very wary of me. I clipped him with my bike." Pip took 2 cautious steps to her right and craned her neck around the tree. She spied the dog and let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, that's Billy." "Hello, Billy boy. What have you done with yourself?" "You know him?" the man asked. Yes. Pip took a few steps closer. "What happened?" "I was riding along down there on my bike, and he came out of nowhere, and before I could do anything, he was right in front of me. I swerved, but I just got him on the paw, I think." Pip rolled her eyes skeptically, used to the enthusiastic hobby cyclists who thought it was their legal right to hammer it along the bridleway on their bikes. The weather brought them out in droves. "Going too fast, no doubt." The man snapped his head around, a look of thunder on his face. Actually, he bounced right in front of the bike. I couldn't do anything about it." Pip shook her head. "Even so, you can't just wander onto someone's property without permission." The man openly rolled his eyes. "Do me a favour. Who are you? The Queen or something? Besides, that's mitigation right there in front of you. Pip swallowed as the huge biceps, part of the huge arms, seemed to physically ripple of their own accord. There was another strange but not unwelcome tingle in areas she'd thought were long dead and buried. I can handle it from here, she said as she moved towards Billy, bobbing down under the tree and getting closer. Billy whimpered again, and Pip took out her phone, scrolled through, and then pressed, waited, frowned, and then tried a different number. Hi Betty, it's Pip. Look, I've just found Billy in the orchard. He's got out again, but this time he appears to have been hit by a cyclist. Can you see if Emma is around? Pip waited, moving the bottom of her phone away from her mouth, and addressing the man. Emma, Billy's owner, a good friend of mine, never answers her phone at this time of day. She'll be down at the village, probably in the hall. Don't worry, I can sort it from here. There was a low, sort of grumpy, rumbly sound from the man. It had to be said that it might have made Pip's heart flutter. You think I'm going to leave now? Pip, with her phone still to her ear, stared at him, not sure what to say. It's fine. I can deal with it from here. I'll wait, if it's okay that I'm on your land, he said sarcastically. Pip swallowed and turned her attention back to her phone. Right, yep, okay. I'll see if I can get him into my place, she said, ending the call and slipping her phone into her pocket. She addressed the man. Emma is doing the hanging baskets at the hall. She'll be here in like 5. Honestly, all good. Leave it with me, not a problem. Billy's always escaping. The man did not look happy or appeased by Pip's words, and she kind of liked it. You're good, but I'd rather just wait. He inclined his head towards Pip's house, just visible through the trees. In there, you say? Yes. The man bent down and stroked Billy, his voice completely changed. Pip's heart quadrupled in size and then some. The tingles went nuts. Come on then, boy, let's get you inside, shall we? Just as he was making moves to pick up Billy, Pip felt an impulsive urge to introduce herself and ask his name. I'm Pip, by the way. The man didn't say anything at first, completely ignoring her until Billy was in his arms, and they were heading under the apple trees towards Pip's house. Adam. Adam did not smile. Pip, she heard herself repeat and breathed out in response, feeling a strange warmth in her chest. Idiot, you already said that. What are you doing? She sort of jogged to keep up with the man's long, strong strides. Rather than keeping quiet, she heard herself rambling. It's nice to, meet you, Adam. It's nice to meet you. Really? What are you rambling on about, Pip? A voice in her head asked as she trotted to try and keep up with him. Adam didn't say anything in response. He just strode towards Pip's house with Billy in his arms, as dappled sunshine filtered through the trees, and they made their way across the orchard. Pip couldn't help but notice just about everything about Adam as she scampered along beside him. Most of her skin and all of her veins now tingling. Once they'd walked up through the garden and arrived at the back of the house, Pip fiddled with her pocket to get out her keys, then opened the back door and stepped into the kitchen. The smell of her washing on the Aga filled the room, and she quickly sprang into action, pulling out a chair and zipping around to gather a rug from the sofa by the window in the snug. Adam turned to her, his eyes wide as he put Billy down on the rug. I don't think he's too hurt, but I'm no vet. I think he'll be fine. He might have been having us on. He's got 9 lives, like a cat, Pip murmured. He seems okay. It's probably just a sprain or something, if dogs can get sprains. She stroked Billy, fussed with the rug, placed a bowl of water close by, and then patted Billy's back. Hey, Billy, don't worry, your mummy is on the way, she said soothingly, gently stroking his forehead. God, I feel awful, Adam stated. He came out of nowhere. I just couldn't stop in time. Pip nodded. a lump forming in her throat as she stood up. I think he'll be fine. He looks okay to me. He's probably a bit shocked. She automatically moved to the other side of the kitchen, grabbed the kettle and placed it under the tap. I'll make a pot of tea. Emma should be here any minute. Adam shook his head. Not the start I needed this morning. I was riding along, minding my own business. He trailed off, letting his sentence hang in the air. Pip looked around the kitchen, her mind racing. There was a stranger in her kitchen, one with the most remarkable pectorals she had ever set eyes on, and no shirt. It wasn't the start she'd expected for her morning either. She grabbed some mugs from the overhead cupboards and jerked her thumb towards the old stripped pine table. Have a seat! She peered out of the window at a crunching on the gravel drive. That sounds like her now. A minute or so later, Emma, Pip's friend and neighbour, hustled in through the back door, whereupon Billy bounced up, tail wagging, and sprinted over to her as if nothing had happened. Pip burst out laughing. What in the world? He was just a second ago acting as if he had a broken leg. Adam stood up, his form filling the room, and took a step towards the door. What? Wow! I thought I'd really hurt him by the way he yelped. Emma bobbed down and cuddled Billy. What have you been up to, you silly old thing? She turned to Adam. Sorry about that. He's a bit of a nightmare. On the go since the day I brought him home as a puppy. She jerked her thumb over towards Pip. Hasn't he, Pip? I should say so. I did say I thought he would be fine. I'm Emma, by the way. Emma held her hand out to Adam. Adam, I'm really sorry. Look, if there is something wrong with him, I'll pay the bill. Emma shooed him with her hand. No. If there is a problem, that's what my pet insurance is for. But he seems okay. She looked over at Billy, who was now standing by the back door, wagging his tail. I think he might have been having you on. Adam looked over towards Billy in the back door. Right, yes. He does look as if he's fine. I should go, he said. Now that I've seen he's okay. Pip nearly shrieked, and Emma gave her a funny look. Have a cup of tea first, Pip said. Come on, we'll sit outside on the terrace and see if Billy joins us. Then we'll know he's okay. She glanced at Adam's chest, hoping that Emma didn't see her gawping. Emma clocked on straight away and chuckled. Well, it's not every day we have a strange, nearly naked man saving us. Is it, Billy? Adam looked down at his still bare chest. Look, sorry, I'll go. I just whipped my shirt off, as it was much warmer than I thought this morning. And then he ran into my wheels. He said, my bike's on the path anyway. Pip was insistent. No, it's fine. It's been a strange morning already. You might need tea for the shock, she said insistently, bustling around the kitchen. Emma butted in. I might pop off, actually, Pip. I've got loads to do indoors and at the hall. I'll just keep an eye on Billy for a bit. He seems okay. If you're sure, Pip replied, wishing that Emma would stay so that Adam would too. Yep. Emma turned to Adam. Thanks for helping out. Nice meeting you. I'm so sorry I clipped him. You're right. He does seem okay now. No worries. Emma smiled and made for the door. I'll message you, Pip. Okay, dokie. See you later, Pip trilled. As Emma led Billy outside, Pip made a big deal of pouring out the tea, and before he could change his mind, quickly passed a mug over to Adam and indicated for him to follow her out to the terrace. The sun felt warm as she pulled out a couple of chairs from the old timber outdoor table, put the biscuit tin down, yanked off the lid, and offered Adam a ginger nut. It's been quite a morning. We don't normally have such excitement, Pip said, sitting down and taking a sip of her tea. That it has, Adam replied, reaching for a biscuit. Thanks. He looked out over the garden. It's a lovely place you've got here. It's so peaceful. Well, that is when you don't have cyclists hammering along past and intruding, he said, a touch sarcastically. Pip glanced at the garden and orchard in the distance, then back to Adam. Yep, I love it. It's a bit quiet for some, but not me. Adam nodded. It's really nice. You've got a beautiful view, and clearly, as I was accused of trespassing earlier, the stream is yours too, Adam said with a straight face. Pip wasn't sure if he was joking or not. Sorry about that. He didn't smile, and he looked at her with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. Not a problem. Pip took another sip of her tea, then cocked her head to one side. So, what brings you up here in the hills? Cycling, obviously. On your way to the lighthouse, no doubt. Adam pointed down towards the bridleway. Actually, no. I'm staying down the way here, Adam replied with a shake of his head. Pip frowned. What? Down the way here? Like where? The big house that backs onto the path a few down. In Luke's place? Really? Adam frowned and shrugged. Yep. Is that so odd? I'm staying for a few weeks, but who knows how long it will last. Luke doesn't usually let the house out when he's in Greece, Pip stated, taking another biscuit and dipping it in her tea. No, I know that. So how come he has to you? As I said, he's not letting it out. I'm just staying there. He's an old mate of mine from uni. Pip nodded. She'd find out from Betty what was going on. Right. Thanks for the tea, Adam said, setting down his cup. Appreciate it. He looked out over the garden and orchard. Lived here long, have you? Pip squished up her mouth. My whole life, more or less, save when I went off to uni and when I worked in Bath. Not a bad start in life. It's beautiful, Pip said. Adam smiled. I've seen worse houses, he said, and then pointed over towards the old stables, the glass house and the barn, where a blue tarpaulin was flapping about in the wind. Trouble with the roof over there, have you? Pip nodded. That's one way of putting it. It needs repairing. There's a problem with the plumbing too, and loads of things in there I need to get sorted. On top of that, I have upcoming workshops in there. What sort of workshops? Pip shook her head to the left and right. Nature, plants, and stuff. What does that involve? Adam replied. Pip chuckled. Do you want the short version or the long version? Short. I do workshops where people come along to get lost in nature, mostly women. Right, I see. It's surprising how many people want to come and immerse themselves in nature. It's also part of the government's mental health initiative for companies since the pandemic. Sorry, run that past me how that works, Adam said with a frown. People basically come here and get to play with a bit of mud and plants for the day and mess about on the bridleway and paddle in the stream. It's proven to be good for mental health. Plants and nature, that is. What? You're a psychologist, are you? Doctor or something? Pah, no, okay, Pip explained, setting her tea down on the table. I'm officially a mortgage advisor. I'm now a part-time one. Anyway, I used to take stuff into the office years ago, and it went from there. What sort of stuff? Plants, cuttings, terrariums? What iams? Glass containers with plants? Yeah, so then the pandemic happened, and I somehow found myself inundated with people wanting to know how I grow things and asking me for plants. I put a few things together and made up some little kits for people to do from home. That's how it started. The terrarium kits just took off. I haven't really looked back since. Adam nodded. I see. I think I see anyway. If there's one thing I know about, it's messing about with plants, Pip joked. I can even teach you how to make your very own self-contained ecosystem in a glass jar. So what? You do that as a job, do you? Not yet. It all took off in the pandemic at the same time as I went part-time at work. Adam pointed to the tarpaulin. And that is a problem? Pip nodded. Yup. We had a really bad storm, and it decided to take a bit of the roof off. Insurance? Do I have insurance? Yep. Oh, yes. Everything is watertight. I have Pretty Beach Council's approval, I have insurance and a food safety certificate. Not that I do food, really. It's all sorted in there, including the fire policy, which basically consisted of a sign and a fire extinguisher and cost me a ton of money to get the certificate in place. Yeah, so I have insurance. I have the lot. Unfortunately, so do a lot of other people, and the claims guy for the roof had a very long waiting list of inspections, and it seems I won't even have an inspector out here for a while, let alone any money. Right, so let me get this straight. You have a leaking roof and a new business where you do workshops, is that right? I do, yes. Adam squinted. How much would one pay for a ticket for a, terrarium making workshop? One would pay approximately £75. Adam's eyebrows shot to the top of his head and he swore. And there are how many tickets? Depends. Wow. Pip laughed. Yep, I know, it's been quite the journey. I do know I'm liking it. Not that it's been easy. Adam thought for a second, tapping the top of his lip. I could give you a hand with that roof, if you like. I'm taking a break from work. A much-needed one. Let me rephrase that. I'm working from home. Well, Luke's home. I do not do breaks from work. Pip swallowed. His body looked as if he might have a physical job and be good at fixing things. Not that she'd looked, of course. Are you? She coughed. In that line of work? Adam didn't smile. Not at all. I'm an investment banker, sort of. Right, but you are, on the handy side, are you? Some might argue with that, but yes, I am. My parents were serial house renovators before it was a thing. I've been fixing things since I was more or less knee-high. So, yeah, I can give you a hand. Pip liked his offer. She liked it a lot. Even though his tone was short and clipped, there was something about his manner that was offering her some sort of strange olive branch. She wanted to grab the branch and tie it up all over her body. Yes, right. Okay, thanks. I'll show you, shall I? Pip got up and led Adam across the garden until they were both standing, looking up at the roof of the squat barn. It's not too bad from what I can see, Adam noted, nodding his head. It isn't, Pip said. She bit her lip and shook her head. To her eyes, it was a mess and a lot of money. I just don't really know where to start with it, hence the tarpaulin my dad and I hastily put up when that storm came through. Adam sighed. It looks like it just needs the tiles replaced. Some of the tiles have been knocked loose, he said, pointing to a group of tiles that had come away from the roof. Have you got ladders and tools and all that? I have. My dad has sheds full of the things. It's just, he can't do stuff like that these days because of his knee replacements. Look, honestly, I can't ask you to do that. I don't even know you, Pip said, a little uncertainly. Adam smiled. Whatever you like. The offer's there if you want it. I've got time on my hands whilst I'm here at Luke's. As I said, I'm an old hand at this sort of thing. It wouldn't take long. I think it looks a lot worse than it appears. Pip smiled gratefully. Dad thought the same too. He's just not up for jobs like this these days. Pip considered for a second. Thanks. It would really help me out of a spot of bother. Adam laughed. No trouble at all. In actual fact, it might be good for me. Yes, you need a bit of a workout, Pip thought to herself in jest. Adam squinted past the barn, running his eyes over the lean-to glass house beside it. And that place? The broken panes, he said, stepping forward and peering up at the broken panes on the roof. Pip watched on, feeling a little helpless. It got battered in the hailstones. I've got the glass, but I have no idea how to do it myself. It's very old, so I had to have a special size made. Adam nodded and peered in. Wow, there are a lot of plants in there. Pip nodded. There are. I'm addicted. I have them everywhere. It's a mess in there at the moment, she chuckled. It's my hobby. Like therapy, hence how I got myself into all this in the first place. Adam nodded. So you've got the glass? I can fit that easily. Shouldn't be a problem. Pip sighed, not sure what to say. Wow, thank you. That's great. What else do you think we would need? Adam ran through a few materials. Top of my head, timber, nails, a ladder? Pip nodded. The old shed is full of it. Too easy then, said Adam. Pip smiled. Hopefully. Are you sure though? What, you'd do this for nothing? Tell you what, can you cook? Pip frowned. Cook? Like what, meals? Yeah. I can whip up a spot of country fare, yeah. Well, you cook me a few meals and I'll fix your roof. Right, sounds like a plan. Adam still hadn't smiled much. I'd better go and find my bike. I'll be back when I'm more appropriately dressed, if you like. Pip laughed. If she liked? If she blooming well liked? Ha, ha, ha! She was just about to bite his hand off, or anything else that took her fancy. Sounds like a plan. Pip put her hands in her jeans pockets and started to walk him down through the garden, through the orchard, and over towards the stream and the fencing running along the back of the property. She thought about how bizarre her morning had been when she'd crossed the stream to see him there, shirtless, his hand in a stop sign, his face not looking happy. As she left him at the stream, a little bit awkward as she waved cheerio, something very odd happened inside. It appeared that something was occurring with her blood. It seemed to be bubbling of its own accord. She shook her head in quick little movements. Ridiculous. Pull yourself together, woman. But as she walked away, she stepped quickly behind a tree to a spot where she knew she could see him, but he wouldn't be able to see her. From her viewing point, she took a big, long, delicious, sneaky gulp as he picked up his bike. Fabulous, utterly divine, stupendous. The broad shoulders, gulp, the long legs, the everything. She shuddered and tingled from head to foot. This trespasser really was quite easy on the eye, and even better from her observation post behind the tree. Things were looking up in Pip Toppleton's life. It had taken long enough. Chapter 3. Pip mulled over her morning's events and the conundrum they had presented her with. Firstly, there was the fact that a grumpy, shirtless man had been found in her garden, and secondly, and more preposterously, that he had made the offer to help her out. She made her way through the orchard, taking in the sun-dappled beauty of the blossom buds clustered on the branches. She was well acquainted with the comings and goings of the seasons in the hills, but spring still got her every single year. The awakening of the earthy fragrance of the soil, the sweetness in the air, and the changing colours of the trees. As she walked back towards the house, the orchard floor seemed to have softened underfoot, and the wind bustled through the willow tree on the far side of the garden. Pip closed her eyes and let the warmth from the sun settle on her face for a second as she listened to a wood pigeon somewhere above. The orchard almost lulled her into a false sense of security that she could stop playing grown-ups and run down to the stream, just as she did when she was a girl. But those days were long gone, and real life was calling. Walking back through the property, she put thoughts of her morning to the side, and her mind moved to more pressing things. She remembered the situation with Nigel, the barn roof, and her mum's continuing care costs, and the reality of adulting gave her a quick but sharp slap around the face. Making her way to her dad's house next door, she got to the fence, shoved the gate with her shoulder, and took the stepping stone path up to her dad's small rose-clad cottage at the end of a row of 3. Pip had always loved the little line of cottages, which in the old days had been rented out to her dad's workers. When her mum and dad had wanted something smaller, they'd moved into the cottage on the end and the middle, and end cottages had remained empty. Now her dad lived there on his own since Pip's mum had moved into a home because of her ailing health. As Pip approached, she noticed the pretty green stable door was half open, and the jasmine going up and over rustled in the breeze. The slate roof with its row of chimney pots glinted in the sunshine, and her dad's prized hanging baskets filled with dainty daffodils seemed to dance in greeting. Shaking off her thoughts about real life and adulting, she knocked on the door and called out at the same time as she opened the door. Stepping inside onto the old flagstone floor, she smiled to herself. Everything, as usual, was shipshape. Her dad had clearly been up early to do his cleaning. He loved a makeover show, and ever since Pip's mum, Sue, had gone into a home, he'd filled his time doing DIY and turning the cottage into a cosy pad. Since his knee replacements, he'd not been able to do much heavy work, but he'd pottered around here and there, and it all looked lovely. The little kitchen was painted a muted farrow and ball green backed with subway tiles and topped with a thick butcher's block. Her dad had installed a double-width Belfast sink with a copper tap, and under-cupboard lighting was controlled by an app on his phone. Sitting around doing nothing, moping about Pip's mum, her dad was not. Pip poked her head around into the small sitting room door where her dad was leaning out of the front sash window with a watering can, tending to his window boxes. "Morning," Pip said cheerily. "How are you? The weather is gorgeous." Her dad smiled and manoeuvred himself out of the window. Turning around to look at Pip, he frowned. "You're full of the joys. What's been occurring?" Pip laughed inside. Her dad could spot her mood in a second, and always had been able to. Clearly, and she didn't know how, he'd got wind of her morning visitor down by the stream. "Nothing. Just a lovely day." Yes, indeed. It was a stunner at 5 this morning. The mist was a sight to see, her dad said warmly. "What's been happening this morning? Have you been down to the shop?" Pip followed her dad out to the kitchen as he tapped his phone to turn on the kettle. Once it had boiled, he poured water into a cafetiere, took 2 mugs from the cupboard, and nodded out towards the front of the house. "We'll sit out the front there in the sunshine, shall we?" "Yes." "Ha. You know the weather's turned when we get to sit out the front." "Yep, you do indeed. Have you heard from the girls?" "Yes, I chatted to them as they were on their way to school." "Nigel's behaving himself then?" "For the moment," Pip chuckled wryly. They made their way down the side path and sat at the little cafe table on the porch warmed by the sunshine. Just as Hugh, Pip's dad, was pouring the coffee, they heard a rumbling of an engine. Without looking up, Hugh chuckled. "Must be 1 minute to 11. Pip nodded. "Yep, on the dot. That's Harry on the tractor." Hugh handed Pip a mug as a tractor rumbled along the lane and came into sight. Hugh called out to the man on the old red tractor. "Morning! Got the Nuffield out this morning, have we? Sun must be out." Hugh winked. Harry on the tractor smiled and tipped his head in a salute. "This old girl is a beauty. Don't make 'em like this these days." "I should say so. What are you up to?" Harry smiled. "Not a lot." He nodded to Pip. "I hear we may have had a visitor in these ear parts early on." Pip giggled. Nothing got past Harry. "How do you know that already?" Harry tapped the side of his nose. "Never mess with a hilly, Pip. How long have you lived here?" Pip laughed at the banter. "I think you know that. Weren't you here when I was born?" Harry pointed to the cottage at the end. "Right there, in fact." Hugh chuckled. "That was a day and a half. Stopping for coffee, has?" "Not this morning. No, I'm going up the top fields there." "Right you are." "See you later. Watch out for visitors," Harry joked. Pip laughed and Hugh frowned. "What's that all about?" Pip's dad asked. Billy got out again and someone clipped him with his bike on the bridleway. "I found them by the stream on my way back from Betty's." Hugh looked confused. "Was he trouble?" "Haha, nope. Most excitement we've had since what's-her-name down the road there complained to Emma about the noise." I know. Is that why you were so chirpy when you came in? Hugh asked with a knowing smile on his face. No, no, Pip said whilst thinking that it so was. The sight of a huge, muscly man on her property that morning hadn't been bad. She kept her voice casual. In actual fact, he might be helping out with the roof. Hugh frowned. What? You are letting a stranger do work on the place? That's a first. Who is he then? Pip realised that she actually had no idea whatsoever. She also realised she wanted to change that. He's at Luke's place. Hugh's forehead creased into deep wrinkles. I didn't know Luke was renting it out this time. He's not. It's an old friend of his who is staying there. Oh, right. Strange for Luke. He's weird about that house. I know, I said the same. What's he doing down there then? And more importantly, why didn't we know about it? Pip chuckled. I said the same about that too. Betty is failing us. She must have forgotten to mention it. Jen will know. I'll ask her at bridge tonight. Yep, she knows everything near and far. So, he's a builder or something, is he? Investment banker. He said he's handy though. I don't know. You're never going to be able to get up there and neither am I, and time is ticking on. I can't get anyone up here at the moment for love nor money. You don't know him though. It could be a recipe for disaster, Hugh noted. I know that. Pip paused and considered her words carefully before replying. I just thought about taking a chance for once. Hugh wrinkled up his nose. Very unlike you. Is there something else? Pip swallowed. It might have something to do with the buzz in her veins, or the tingle that was still there after her spying from behind the tree. No, I just can't hang on for the insurance company with the workshop dates looming, and this gives me a solution. You watch yourself, Hugh cautioned. I'm fine. I can handle it. If he knows Luke, he'll be made of good stuff. True, Hugh mused. Well then, he said, patting Pip's hand. Let's hope it goes well. Pip nodded and took a sip of her coffee. She'd agree with that, and then some. Chapter 4. A day or so later, Pip and Adam stood in the dappled light of the morning, gazing at the old barn. Adam had been around to see if Pip was serious about his offer of help. She'd been more than serious. In actual fact, she wouldn't have been sad if he'd taken up residence. As they stood there, the sun shimmered off the barn's weathered wood and glinted off the windows. Adam stood with his head to the side, and his finger and thumb squeezed his top lip. What do you think? Pip asked, gesturing towards the building. Adam shrugged. It's certainly old. Those tiles are something else, he said, squinting and taking in the details. It's a good job you've got more of them. I bet they are a pretty penny these days, even if you can find them. Yeah, they're lovely. Ah, we have all sorts in the garage and the barns, Pip said. Dad is a collector. As they moved closer to the barn, however, Pip pointed out the flapping tarpaulin on the roof. The actual leak isn't too bad, even with that rain yesterday, thank goodness. Nup, it's not even a big job, Adam said, raising his eyebrows. It's not easy for Dad to get up there these days. Otherwise, he would have done it right away. Adam nodded, frowning. No, it's not easy to get up there. They stood facing the barn, taking in the damage from the hailstorm, and then Pip pressed down on the latch to open the door and pulled it wide. Adam let out a low whistle. Wow, I wasn't quite expecting that. Pip smiled. What? Adam swore. When you said £75 for a workshop, I thought people must have money to burn, but now I see why. This is some barn. Yeah, not your average barn at all. Pip slipped her phone from her pocket. It didn't look like this before the pandemic. No one had been in here for years. Well, apart from me, that is. She scrolled through her phone and clicked on pictures of the old barn. In the images, it was piled high with junk. The windows were thick with dirt, and the floor had been littered with debris and piles of timber. Handing her phone to Adam, she looked at what was in front of her. Old timber school trestle tables sat through the centre, and on the left a workbench stacked neatly with Pip's workshop supplies ran from front to back. Huge vintage pendant lights hung all the way through the middle, and a jumble of planters held ferns and plants on every available ledge and space. All along the right side, upside-down flowers were drying in bunches, and huge pails held pots full of herbs. Pip nodded. It took a lot of work to get it like this. I spent months just clearing it out and bringing my plants up here and sorting everything. Adam was looking down at Pip's phone, shaking his head. He held her phone up and compared what he was seeing in front of him with the pictures on Pip's phone screen. "You've done an amazing job. It looks like a different space." He frowned as he pointed towards a huge barn table at the end that displayed hundreds of glass containers, a double-width chest of drawers holding gardening supplies, and vintage fruit crates on the walls piled with pots. A gust of wind breezed through the building and rustled the dried flowers as Adam shook his head. "You need to put your prices up. It's that good. I think anyone would pay 75 quid just to have a sit down in here." "Thanks," Pip replied, hardly able to keep the surprise out of her voice. Praise from Adam had not been on her radar at all. Adam pointed over to a stack of old galvanised animal troughs. "What are they?" "They are supposed to run along there," Pip explained, pointing to a pile of old taps and copper piping. "But the plumber around here is having surgery. Everyone else who works the Pretty Beach Way is frantically busy, and the other few quotes I've had are astronomical." "The Pretty Beach Way? What's that?" Pip smiled. "Actually, we're already doing it. It's an arrangement, a bit like bartering." "I see," Adam said as he nodded his head towards the pile of troughs. "How do you intend those to stay up?" he asked, squinting his eyes. Pip pointed to a stack of rustic benches down past the trestle tables. "On those." "Ah, yes, makes sense. Shouldn't be a problem," Adam replied with a slight shrug. "You can do plumbing?" Pip asked, "and I can do pretty much anything if I put my mind to it." Pip swallowed. She liked that. Man, did she like that. Tingle. "Right." Adam slowly skirted around, peering up at the roof, investigating the plumbing and looking down at the floor. He pointed to a huge wood-burning stove in the corner. Its door had fallen from one of its hinges, and there was a piece missing from the flue. "That doesn't work, then." Pip shook her head. "Nope, not these days." Another thing on my list of things that aren't getting done. After a few moments of silence and Pip witnessing Adam taking it all in, she ran her hand along the top of the wood burner. "I didn't think it would be too much of a big job with the troughs when I was planning." "It's not, as long as the right tools are involved." Pip nodded. "That's not a problem. My dad has every, and I mean every, tool known to man. And if he doesn't have it, Harry up the road will." Adam mused. "Sounds good, as long as they don't mind me using them. I see Luke has a shed full too, so it shouldn't be a problem. It won't take me long at all." Pip nodded in agreement. She may have loved his grumpy confidence. There may also have been tingles in places there had not been tingles, or anything else for that matter for a long time. "It won't?" Wow, that is good news to my ears. The two of them stood lost in thought for a second. "So you said you'd be happy to do this in exchange for dinner?" Pip ventured and looked up at him. Adam's face didn't crack. "I did." Pip stopped talking for a second, partly because he wasn't that friendly in his responses, and partly because she was getting rather concerned because the tingles had expanded to her whole body. "So what, you can't cook or what?" Pip said, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. "Useless. Worse than useless." "You can't turn your hand to anything then, as you said you could," Pip pointed out. Not cooking, no. Anything I produce somehow tastes like cardboard, and that's when I've done okay. I can even make Jamie Oliver's 5-ingredient things taste like crap. Don't ask me how. Right, Pip cocked her head to the side. Well, if there's one thing I can do, it's cook. So that could work. You're a bit of a cook, are you? I wouldn't say that, but I like a home-cooked meal any day of the week. If you're after cordon bleu, the deal is off. Adam looked serious and narrowed his eyes. When you say home-cooked, cottage pie, spag bowl, steak and kidney, toad in the hole, and I make a mean curry. Plus, I am an expert at soup. That sort of thing. I can cope with that, Adam deadpanned. Now, you've seen the place, we have a deal then, do we? Adam considered for a moment. I reckon we do. Sorry, so we're clear, I'm not paying you. So why would you, help me out? Just for a dinner? Adam didn't smile. His straight face was borderline scary. I needed to get away for a bit, and as you may have realised earlier, when I was throwing myself down the bridleway on my bike just before I trespassed, I like to work out. He gestured around the barn. This would give me a workout and then some. Okay, right. Yes, I see, Pip spluttered, rather enamoured by his mention of a workout. Suddenly, she felt her mouth moving of its own accord. Do you want to come up to the house this evening for dinner? Or shall I drop you a plated meal over? Adam considered for a second. Why don't I pop in? Yep, sounds good. Good. Me. It sounds fan-blooming-tastic, Pip smiled. All right, she said. Great. So you'll get on with that and I'll get the dinner sorted. Adam nodded and Pip turned away. It sounded excellent from her side of the bargain. Chapter 5. Pip busied herself around in the kitchen, enjoying the sun streaming through the window. Sunshine puddled on the worn wooden floors and landed on a spot besides the large cream, Aga dominating the far wall. Pip loved pottering around in the kitchen almost as much as she loved being outside. Even when the girls were at Nigel's, she liked to get dinner ready just after lunch, so it was bubbling away to itself all day. She could then, work depending, spend the rest of the day outside. She loved nothing more than a few hours out in the fresh air and the feeling of coming back inside to something not only delicious, but, more importantly, ready. As she gathered the ingredients for spaghetti bolognese, she thought about the barn, its roof, and the troughs. She didn't think about the man doing the work. Of course she didn't. Instead, she concentrated on how great it would be to have it finished. She lifted an old Le Creuset pot from above the Aga, twisted the top on a bottle of olive oil, and poured some into the pan. Adding diced onions to soften, she found herself humming. She stopped mid-stir and shook her head. What in the world? Was she actually humming? Surely not. Tingles and humming. Something strange was occurring. As the sweet onion smell filled the kitchen, she added garlic, mince, and then passata. With a wooden spoon, she stirred the mixture and looked around the kitchen. It would be getting a tidy up before its visitor later that evening. Not that she cared, of course. No, she didn't care a jot. Reaching for a bottle of red wine, she glugged some into the pan and inhaled as the alcohol evaporated before adding a few bay leaves and a healthy dose of herbs. Popping on the lid, she looked around the kitchen, took a deep breath and closed her eyes, basking in the familiarity of her surroundings. She had lived in the house more or less her entire life, and the kitchen had always been her favourite room. The way the light streamed in through the lovely old windows above the sink, the creaking of the old wooden floorboards beneath her feet, and the never-ending comfort of the Aga. She looked around and was filled with comfort and memories. The kitchen looked 1,000,000 times better than it had when she moved back in after her stint in Bath. By then, her mum and dad were in the cottage, and they'd let the main house slip a little bit, but the kitchen hadn't needed much. A fresh coat of cream white paint to the shaker cabinetry and fixing matte brass cut pulls on the doors. She remembered the 70s tiles, which had seen better days, and watching videos on YouTube to learn how to tile over and grout them. Now, in their place, fancy bevel-edge pale blue subway tiles looked back at her. Pip admired the original Belfast sink, with its deep, white enamel basin and distinctive front, standing proudly in the solid butcher's top worktop. She remembered standing up there on a stool with her mum when she was tiny, and then doing the very same with her girls. In a flash, as the girls came into her head, she closed her eyes for a second and grimaced at the thought of Nigel getting his hands on the house. Narrowing her eyes and shaking her head, she continued to bustle around. She would rather bury him under the kitchen floor than let him get any of it. She may have fantasized for a second about burying him under said kitchen floor. As she ran her fingers along the huge old wooden table and across the spindle-back chairs, she remembered the countless family dinners and celebrations that had taken place around it over the years. Happy memories flooded her with nostalgia for a few minutes. The days before her mum got sick, when Nigel hadn't turned nasty and they hadn't found out that her brother was a criminal. A cyber criminal, but a criminal nonetheless. Those were the days, better days than she was living through now. Starting to gather general paraphernalia from around the kitchen, she smiled as she worked. The kitchen, like the rest of the house, had stood the test of time, and despite what Nigel might want, it would be remaining hers, built to last and good, for her to see out her days. Not that she was thinking of doing that for a while, but you never did know. Pip picked up a flyer from Pretty Beach Council, notifying of parking changes for the farmers' market, and moved a stack of cake tins back up onto a shelf. She nodded to herself as she tidied. She loved being outdoors, the glass house, the stream, the orchard and the stables, but the lovely old kitchen with the Aga would always be her next best sanctuary. It felt safe and cosy, a place to come home to slip off her wellies at the end of the day and put her feet up on a chair, the place to sit with a cup of tea and dream. After tidying, cleaning the sink, clearing off the worktops, and wiping down the windowsills, she sprayed and wiped the long length of the old scrubbed table. Then, wanting the place to look lovely for her visitor, later that evening, she placed an oversized 4-wick candle into the middle, plonked a jug of flowers beside it, and tucked all the chairs in neatly. Pleased with her progress, Pip nodded to herself as she looked around at her work and inhaled the comfort of the bolognese bubbling away on the Aga. Here she was secure and cosseted. No matter what happened in the world, the kitchen and the house would always be an anchor in the ever-changing tide of her up and down life, and nothing, definitely not Nigel, was going to change that any time soon. Later, on that afternoon, Pip showed Adam her dad's old shed full of tools, and then took him down to one of the glass houses in the far corner of the garden, behind the old willow tree. 3 glass houses stood in a row, a reminder of the days when the house and the orchard were full of activity. They stood in front of the first glass house, and Pip pointed to the sun-baked weather vane on the top. "I've been working slowly on bringing these back to life. This is one of the main places where I do my cuttings and grow things, and the plants for the terrarium start off life here. They're not exactly workshop ready. Not yet, anyway." Adam peered up at the top of the first glass house, admiring the Victorian craftsmanship and the weather-worn exterior. Moss and ivy crept up the sides, an old grapevine had escaped through a broken pane, and the glass was grimy and covered with cobwebs, but the old building screamed potential at every turn. "I can't keep up with it quickly enough?" Pip sighed and gestured around at all 3 of the glass houses. "But it will be worth it in the end. These places will eventually be brought back to their former beauty." Adam shook his head and looked down the line of buildings. "They're magnificent. They really are. They've been here since my grandparents' time, Pip replied. I used to play here as a little girl, and my grandma grew all sorts. My mum always used to say I inherited her green thumb. I don't know about that, though. Adam looked through the glass at the inside, absolutely laden with plants. Looks like it to me. Pip followed his gaze. These old glass houses haven't been properly used for years, hence the state of them. And then, when Mum got ill and Dad retired, she let her voice trail off. There's never enough time in the day, especially when I was working full-time. Adam nodded, took a step towards the door, and it opened with a creak. He then stood completely still, his height filling the frame as he took it all in. Pip stood beside him in silence and saw it with new eyes. The old shelves lining the walls were groaning with her plants, cuttings, and a jumble of vibrant ferns, and everything, plant-wise, looked a lush, healthy muddle of green. She inhaled her favourite smell, the thick scent of sunshine and dampness and greenery and earth. Patches of sunlight shone through the grimy windows, and she marvelled at the sheer number of plants, higgledy-piggledy here, there, and everywhere. Ferns, ivy, moss, and succulents of all shapes and sizes crowded the line upon line of wonky shelves. Vines crept up the walls, twining around the beams, and mismatched pots lined the floor in a jumble of foliage. Adam looked around in awe. Blimey, it's amazing! There are so many plants here. You have been busy. Pip smiled and looked a bit sheepish. I know, right? I'm addicted. I need to spend a bit more time on the actual building and surroundings, though. As I said, there's never enough time in the day. They wandered around the glass house, admiring the plants, and Pip showed Adam the broken panes she'd told him about, and the problem with the ancient watering system running along the beds and overhead. As they ambled from one row to the next, she showed him some of her favourite plants, enthusing as to why she loved them. Despite the building's neglected state, the place was alive with life. Pip loved it, and it showed. The whole place seemed to buzz with potential. She heard herself chattering enthusiastically. So, yeah, the plan eventually is to come out here for whole workshops on plant care. To be honest, I didn't think the terrarium thing would take off as it has. Who knew the pandemic would mean people would order the little kits I put together? But anyway, I'm running with that for now. Adam mused. Yep, it's funny how it's all worked out. Who knew the world would get that thrown at it at all? The government locking us away like that. True. Anyway, I'm not complaining. I can't make things quickly enough at the moment, Pip said as she stood in the doorway and surveyed the antique glass panes that had faded to an opaque pearl, their frames rusty and dull. She pointed to the watering system that had once kept the place thriving. Yeah, so that stopped working. I'm sure it's nothing too major, it's just a bit way over my head, and I've not had time to think about it, let alone properly sort it out. I'm not a plumber, though. Maybe it was on its last legs. Adam took a step towards the frame and touched one of the panes of glass. Pip could see his brain ticking over. You say you've got the panes? Pip followed his gaze to the frames. They had been warped by time, and the glass was cracked and broken in places. Yep, I ordered them, and then the business started to take off, and I didn't get any further. Pip didn't add the other things that were going on in her life, which had stopped her from getting the glasshouses sorted. She left out the stuff about Nigel, and that her mum's dementia had become worse, and that she didn't like to ask her dad to do anything. She looked up towards the old pipes running along the top. The watering system is a clockwork mechanism, I think Dad said. Adam took a step away from the frames and stood looking up at the pipes going back and forth above their heads. Yeah, looks like it. I'll have a look later. Are you sure you don't mind doing this? Pip asked. Adam shook his head. I wouldn't have offered if I did, he said matter-of-factly. Pip swallowed. She had been told. Right, okay, well, yes, right. I'll go and make a cup of tea. Adam still didn't really smile. Sounds good to me. Chapter 6. It was much later on that day, and Pip let out a sigh of satisfaction as she flicked a white linen tablecloth onto the end section of the old farmhouse kitchen table. She smiled as she pottered around. It was a ritual she'd done many times before, but today seemed a little bit on the different side. A stranger she'd only met a few days earlier was joining her. All sorts of odd and all sorts of nice. Placing lovely wicker placemats on top of the tablecloth, she added a large white platter for salad to the centre of the table, and tutted to herself as she realised that her hands were shaking ever so slightly as she took out the cutlery and arranged it in order around the plates. She was pathetically tingly and weirdly nervous about Adam coming over. What even was that? Was her heart racing at the thought of the man she'd come across without a shirt by the stream joining her for something to eat? Who was she even trying to kid? It definitely was. As she finished setting the table, Pip heard the sound of someone coming up the path at the back of the house. She quickly walked to the window and peered out, her heart in her throat. There he was. She coughed and blinked, and she thought he looked good without a shirt. In a smart one, he wasn't too shabby either. The tingle tingled, and then some. He was up there with super handsome, but he clearly didn't know it, which made it even sweeter. How glorious was that? Very. As she watched him, he just about cracked his face into a small smile, and patting the back of her hair, she quickly went to the door. As she opened it, sweet, soft air after the lovely warm day rushed in, and as Adam ducked his head under the back porch, she was suddenly filled with awkwardness. What in the world was she doing? She was a single mother of 2 young girls. She was not long out of a hideously ugly breakup, and she had all sorts of worries. Maybe that was the whole point, though. Maybe all those things were the reason she was tingly, because it was all a little bit out of the ordinary. A bit exciting. Her whole life she'd never thrown caution to the wind. Maybe it was time. Adam certainly didn't appear to be awkward. His grumpiness was too at the fore for that. "Hi," he said. Pip looked into his face, drinking in the sight of him. "Hey," she replied, attempting to be nonchalant, casual, and not at all bothered that this movie star man was coming to dinner. Tingle, baby. Adam looked behind him at the garden as a wood pigeon cooed from above and nodded in approval. "It's very nice out there this evening. We have good weather on the way all week too." Pip smiled and nodded as a robin joined the wood pigeon. "Yes, I saw that on the news. You picked a good time to come to the hills. Drink?" "Wouldn't say no," Adam replied as he followed Pip in and ruffled his hand through his hair. "What do you fancy?" Pip asked, opening the pale blue Smeg retro fridge in the corner of the room. Her fridge didn't normally contain a vast selection of alcoholic beverages. It did today. She'd totally been down to the off-licence in Pretty Beach and had all sorts to offer, as if she had guests to dinner all the time. "Whatever. Beer if you've got one." Pip felt ridiculously pleased with herself that she had a selection of beers to hand. She quickly pulled one out, and in one swift move, removed the top and passed it over. Adam nodded. "Thanks." Was there a hint of a twinkle in his eyes? She couldn't be sure. As Pip bustled around the kitchen, Adam sat at the long, scrubbed pine table. They chatted as she pottered around by the Aga, put the pot with the bolognese in the centre of the table, toppled a green salad onto the platter, and grabbed tongs for the spaghetti. After pouring herself a glass of wine, it was not small, she sat down, surrounded by the smell of the spaghetti bolognese and the candlelight dancing off the rims of their glasses. "This is some place you've got here. How long have you lived here?" Adam asked, or she'd, "Sorry you did say, but it's slipped my mind." Pip smiled and looked around the kitchen, taking a sip of her wine. More or less my whole life, apart from my 20s when I was in Bath for a while after I finished uni. She took the lid off the bolognese and gestured for Adam to help himself. Nice part of the world, Bath, Adam said, spooning a ladleful of bolognese onto his plate. Pip laughed. It is when you're young, free and single and have lots of money to burn. Adam looked at her, his eyes squinting. Those were the days, eh? You're not young, free and single now? Pip considered for a second. Not so young anymore. And if you consider the fact that I have 2 girls to look after, I'm certainly not free, but I guess I am very much single and I have been for a while. Pip chuckled, taking a bite of her spaghetti. Right, Adam frowned. 2 girls? Where are they and how old? 8 and 10, and they're at their dad's. He does shift work week on week off, so after a bit of initial messing around, we now share the girls like that too. Pip gestured around the kitchen. Which is why you found me like this. It's quiet and tidy for once. Do you have children? Adam's eyes flicked away for a second. Nope. And how come you're staying at Luke's place? Adam took a swig of his beer. Put it this way, I needed a break. Right. What, like a bit of a holiday? Adam sighed, as if Pip was slightly irritating him. I was working too much, and I had a bit of a... He stopped for a second, letting his sentence dangle, as if not quite sure how to formulate his words. I was told I needed to take a break. Pip wasn't sure what to say. Adam's body language had tightened considerably. Right. Adam screwed his face into a frown. Someone said it's executive stress, which to me is pathetic. But there you have it. I did decide to listen, which is why you find me here. Not sure how long I'll last, though. Pip grimaced. What happened? Not a lot, really. I just had this racing heart, and the next thing I knew, I was looking up at a doctor who told me I needed some time off. Adam made a dismissive motion with his hand. Of course, I ignored it first of all, but then it happened again. Then Luke was in town for a beer, and he said he didn't think it was nothing and said, Why didn't I come down here? Which is why I was standing in your orchard, without a shirt, chasing after a dog the other morning. And is it working so far? Pip asked, being down here, I mean. Good question. I don't really know. I do know that I'm bored out of my brain, Adam deadpanned. It's very quiet. Oh, so what is it you're usually doing that means you're not bored? You did say investment banking, was it? Nothing exciting, but yes, investment banking. All I do is go to the office, go out on my bike and go to the gym, but I'm on the go all the time with the business, hence not being bored. Pip was well aware he went to the gym. Very well aware. She forced herself not to look at his upper arms and took a deep breath. The air will do you a favour down here if nothing else. You just need to settle in for a bit. You reckon? I know it will. Up here in the hills, the world turns slowly whatever you've got going on. On top of that, you can ride down to Pretty Beach and take in the sea air. Pip joked. It's good for racing hearts and all sorts. We'll see. Anyway, enough about me. What about you? Tell me some more about your workshops. Pip's eyes suddenly sparkled. Well, she began, as you could see earlier in the glass houses, I've pottered with plants here and there for years. Even when I was in my uni digs, I had plants on the windowsills and herbs all over the kitchen worktop. Pip set her fork down and picked up her wine glass. I've always been fascinated with plants and being down by the stream and combing the beach for stuff. Right. So how did that lead to the workshops? As I said, it all started when I took bits into work here and there. I'd take in plants for people and cuttings. We'd end up talking about gardening things. People would ask me stuff. I never really realised how much I knew, you know? Right, I see. And then we had a charity table thing where people brought in cakes. I took in succulents I'd potted up in nice little pots and topped them with white pebbles. They went in minutes, and I did a table every now and then and got an Instagram account going. Sounds good. Then, when we were in lockdown, people started asking me for things and what plants to buy. Yeah, so it went from there. The terrariums came about because some of my colleagues wanted something to do when they couldn't go out. Pip continued to explain. They're the perfect thing if you don't know what you're doing. Each one is a small, self-sustaining ecosystem. So, I put a few kits together out of what I already had, and I couldn't make them quickly enough. Adam nodded, his eyes growing wide. Organic growth, then. Great. I suppose so, yes. Now I have the terrarium kits nailed down pat, and I can't keep up with the orders. It's not a bad problem to have. I just need more time to work on it. Adam spooned another helping of bolognese onto his plate. How does it all work? Pa, I'm following my nose at the moment. I'm a mortgage advisor by trade. I don't really have much clue about small business. I'm focusing on creating things that are easy and based on what I love. Mostly, people just want to have a play with plants and soil, you know, so my terrariums can sustain themselves without a lot of maintenance. Yeah, it's all quite simple, really. Sounds great, Adam replied, leaning forward in his chair. Pip smiled, her cheeks flushing. The tingling was going like crazy all over the place. Tingles were happening in places she'd forgotten existed. Thanks, I'm really excited about it, though it's added an extra layer of stress, if you know what I mean. What with the girls and my mum and everything and actually working, I'm busy. Really busy. You've mentioned your mum a couple of times. Is she okay? Pip sighed. She went into a home not that long ago. It had been on the cards for ages. Dementia. It's pretty hard. Adam nodded. It must be. Yeah, so all in all, I've got a lot on my plate. The business, though, is exciting. A bit of fresh air in my day, literally. Busy, but good. It sounds it, Adam said, taking a sip of his wine. Business plan? How are you going to get the word out more? I'm still figuring that out, Pip replied. And no business plan as such. I'm not putting any money into it. I'm only reinvesting what I've got. I just can't take the risk at the moment. There's no way I'm doing anything to jeopardize keeping this place. Adam frowned. Is something jeopardizing the house then? Yes and no. Pip made light of it and dismissed it with her tone. She was not going to go into the ins and outs of Nigel. Just my ex. Right. So I'm following my nose with the business. Word of mouth is working, plus my socials. I'm also thinking about doing some local events to spread the word. Maybe the farmers market down in Pretty Beach. I haven't got around to that yet, though. Adam nodded thoughtfully. Sounds like a plan. He then joked, one where you need a roof without a hole in it and a working watering system. Pip looked at him, her eyes brightening. I do, but honestly, don't worry about it if you're having second thoughts. It's fine. You know, if you've got a racing heart, it might not be a good idea for you to be doing something like that. Adam grinned. As a matter of fact, the doctor said exercise was the best idea, and the racing heart is stress. There's literally nothing wrong with me. The tests were perfect. My heart is apparently very healthy. Pip laughed, relieved. I see. I won't need to keep an eye on you, is that right? I will very, very, very much be keeping an eye on you. No, I'm a big boy. Pip swallowed. She wasn't sure if she wanted to find out or not. But the tingling? The tingling most certainly did. As Pip ambled up the tiny winding back stairs to her bedroom, she mused the evening's dinner. It had been nice to chat with Adam, but suddenly she felt a bit stupid. What was she doing? She'd found a trespasser on her property. She'd invited him to dinner, and he was going to be fixing the leaking roof. As she put her pajamas on and then stood by the sink in her little bathroom, all of it suddenly seemed too good to be true, especially the shirtless and biceps bit. She mulled it over as she did the odd thing with the bathroom tap where she had to twist it, wait a bit, and then twist it further and thought about Adam. She realised as she squeezed toothpaste onto her electric toothbrush and then pushed the button that she knew nothing about this man. It was ridiculous to be having thoughts about him. She'd known him for mere days. Also, the more she mused it, the more she realised that the thing about him being okay because he knew her neighbour Luke could be completely untrue for all she knew. It could all be a lie, and Luke may not even know Adam. Plus, it was funny that no one in the hills had mentioned that someone was staying at Luke's. And it was very unlike Betty in the corner shop not to announce a guest residing in the village. Betty hadn't mentioned anything, and nor had anyone else. As she stood leaning on the sink, letting her electric toothbrush do its job, she pondered how she'd felt when she'd sat opposite Adam at the table. What she did know about him was that he came with complimentary tingles. He had a bike, and he was supposedly an investment banker who was a friend of Luke's. She didn't even know his surname, and she'd invited him into her home and cooked him dinner, and provided him with beer, and had too many drinks herself. Stupid sprang to mind. Stupid and dangerous. At least the girls weren't in the house. Once she was in bed, she stared at the ceiling for ages with her eyes wide open. All she could think about were the events of the previous few days. Eventually deciding that she was never going to drop off, she padded down the stairs, mooched around the kitchen, waited for the kettle to boil to make some tea, changed her mind, and put a pan of milk on the Aga to warm up and made herself a hot chocolate. After squirting the top of it with copious amounts of cream and some of the girls' pink and yellow cake sprinkles, she made her way from the kitchen to the snug. She loved the funny little room with the tiny winding back staircase stuck in the corner, the little latched cupboard under the stairs, and the old wood burner glowing to itself in the brick inglenook. She smiled at the garland of bunting and the jumble of picture frames across the mantelpiece, most of them of her girls. As she looked around with her mug cupped in her hands, she smiled. The funny little room had seen some things in its life, including one of her own births. They'd just about fitted a birthing pool in the corner, and she'd spent most of the labour in it, alternating between staring out the window and staring into the flames from the wood burner. Sipping her hot chocolate in the dead silence of the night, save the humming of the fridge and an owl somewhere outside, she mused about her week so far. Above all the tingles and new feelings, she was actually exhausted. First, the stranger on her land, then the arrival of Emma to collect Billy, followed by showing Adam around the property, making dinner, and then sharing a bottle of wine with him. It had not been how she'd thought her week without the girls would pan out, but she wasn't going to complain about it. It had been a long time since she'd sat with a glass of wine and had a decent adult conversation. She thought about Adam and her tingles. For all she knew, she might never see him again, but maybe something good would possibly come out of it. It looked as if she had a solution to the roof problem, which in turn meant a solution to her workshop problem. She just hoped that Adam wouldn't turn out to be a psychotic axe murderer who chopped her up and disposed of her body in the wood burner, or up the chimney in the sitting room. She didn't think so. He didn't seem the type, not that she knew what that type was like. She could normally see through people instantly. But you never did know. She nodded to herself as if agreeing to an imaginary conversation. Yes, she'd just run with it. At least if he sorted the roof, she wouldn't have to cancel workshops. With the leaking barn roof sorted, workshops could be run whatever the weather. Pip took her phone out of her dressing gown pocket, and her mind went from thinking about Adam and her strange day to what she was dealing with her ex, Nigel. Once she started thinking about him, everything else paled into insignificance. He was trouble with a capital T, and the quicker he'd got what he thought was his money and stopped whining, the better. She mulled it over as she finished her chocolate. She really had to stop dilly-dallying around after strangers and get her house in order with the sale of the paddock. And quickly. Yes, she would not dwell on Adam, but rather she would focus on closing the Nigel business and getting on with her life. She had no time for tingles and a lack of shirts and nice men for nice dinners in the middle of her working week. She was way too deeply into adulting for all of that. Chapter 7. Pip opened her eyes, turned over, and craned her neck to glance at the time. Remembering that the girls were with Nigel, she closed her eyes and almost purred to herself in pleasure. As usual, she had loads to do and a full day ahead, but for once, she had no need to bolt out of bed and hurry around getting the girls ready for some activity or another. In fact, with her less hectic morning schedule, she'd actually planned for and had been looking forward to enjoying a peaceful morning, sipping a cup of tea and leafing through her old gardening encyclopedias. It was so nice not to have a pressing reason to leave the sanctuary of her ginormous king-sized bed. Plopping herself back on her pillow, she took deep, long breaths as the blissful solitude hit her in the face, and she snuggled deeper into the covers. With her mind immediately wandering back to the dinner the night before, she almost felt as if it had been a dream. She couldn't quite believe she'd invited Adam over for dinner, as if she invited strange men into her home every day of the week. It had only been a spag bowl and a bottle of wine, but to her it was quite out of the ordinary and quite delightful. In the cocoon of her duvet, she went over how the evening had panned out. He had been very at ease, at the same time as a bit grumpy. What she had been well aware of was the fact that there was something about him that was oh so very attractive. But she wasn't sure what or why. On top of that, unless she was imagining it, there was an almost unspoken tension between them that she couldn't quite put her finger on. The tension fueled emotions in her she'd never thought she'd see again in her life. As she luxuriated under the duvet, not having to get out of bed, she swirled the evening deliciously around and around her head. It had been so nice to have someone in the house to talk to that wasn't a child, someone at work, a neighbour or family. She'd relished all of it. The easy conversation, the nice food, the surroundings. Adam had seemed to enjoy it too. She thought about Adam some more and how well the conversation had flowed. If you'd told her that morning that she would be having dinner with a handsome investment banker, she would have laughed. On top of that, she would have thought that she would be awkward and have little or nothing to say. What had actually happened was they'd chatted about all sorts, and Adam had actually seemed quite interested in her love of nature and her hobby. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more she realised that the majority of the evening had been taken up talking about her and her plans. Adam had asked her loads of questions about the business side of things, how it had taken off, her profit and loss and all sorts. She'd actually quite surprised herself when she'd heard herself answer some of his questions, not only with knowledge but with animation too. And she'd known her numbers down to the last penny. She could tell you how much a terracotta pot cost and how much she made on it in her terrarium kits. She knew the difference in profit between using something she'd grown from a cutting herself and how much various additions to her kits would cost her an extra wait at the post office. It had been so nice to have someone to chat with, someone who had a brain and was interested in delving into hers. Adam was clearly very bright. Investment banker, bright, with a movie star exterior. She could work with that. Rolling over onto her other side, Pip pushed all thoughts of Adam and the dinner away and refocused her attention on the job at hand, snoozing. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, determined to make the most of her morning in bed. This was her time, her chance to have a little recharge before she had to worry about ex-partners, children, what was for dinner, or strange men in orchards. For once, she was going to take the quiet house and her lack of commitments, and she was going to make the most of them. 2 hours later, and way past 8 o'clock, Pip woke with a start. It was as if she'd been awake 2 seconds ago, not a good few hours. Noting the sun streaming through a gap in the curtains, she smiled. It was so nice to get a lie in. So nice not to have to rush around at 100 miles an hour, making sure everything was done. On top of that, by the looks of the light coming in the curtains, the weather was nice, and she loved nothing more than the promise of a new fresh day in spring. Swinging her legs out from under her duvet, she ambled out of bed, took her dressing gown from the back of the door, slipped it on and padded down the back stairs. She felt a sense of happiness wash over her as she went through her busy day ahead. She missed the girls when they were with Nigel, there was no doubt about that, but she had so much to do that she was glad they weren't around. As she quickly made a cup of tea, she mentally went through her to-do list for the day. An online meeting with her boss, a dentist appointment in Pretty Beach in the afternoon, and then she needed to pick up some shopping on the way home. On top of that, she had loads to get ready in the glass house, a stack of emails to reply to and paperwork to sort out. Despite feeling slightly overwhelmed, Pip knew that the quiet day whilst the girls weren't around would mean she could power through her jobs. As she made her breakfast, her mind flicked to the night before, and Adam, but before she let it take hold, she pushed it aside. She couldn't afford to waste time pottering around thinking about shirtless strangers. She had a job to do, a business to sort, and a house to run. With a deep breath, she gathered her mug, her laptop, and a piece of toast and started her day working from the sofa. One by one, with Marmite on toast as her companion, she went through her spreadsheet, completing her to-do list. She sent a few work messages, replied to a couple of school emails, added things to her calendar, and then started on her business. If she was going to have a fixed roof and the workshops going ahead, she wanted every box ticked. With that in mind, she checked on supplies, mentally ran through her plants and mulled over ideas. Next, she updated her socials with a new terrarium design and added a new kit to her website. Pip chuckled to herself as she hit publish on her website, a little jar of delight. Who even was she updating her own little website? She couldn't believe how much luck she was having with her business. She'd never, in her wildest dreams, thought she'd be able to make money out of her hobby, and here she was doing just that. The pandemic had given her many things she hadn't liked, including a lot of worry about her mum and homeschooling, but her business was not one of them. Checking her figures, she smiled at the profit column. She'd worked hard getting it up and running, and it had required so much sheer grit and dedication that, at some points, she'd wondered if she was making the wrong call. But she'd been so passionate and absolutely determined to succeed that it seemed as if it was all very slowly starting to pay off. In the early days, when she'd had not a lot more than a glass house full of cuttings and plants, an Instagram account, and a resolute spirit, she'd set out on a journey where she hadn't had a clue what might happen. Now, things were turning a corner and beginning to work out better than she could have hoped. With a bit of a spring in her step at the progress of her day, Pip got up to have a shower and wash her hair. She might be working from home and spending the day sorting out her plants, but she always liked to be presentable. No grotty at-home clothes and unwashed hair for her, especially not when there were movie star-esque strangers in the hood. As she made her way through the snug and padded up the narrow, steep back staircase, grasping onto the worn timber handrail, she could hear the familiar creaking of the old house's wooden floorboards and felt their movement beneath her feet. Inhaling the scent of lavender and lemon wafting up from a diffuser on the little white table on the landing, she smiled gratefully at where she lived. She loved the old house with its odd design, secret rooms, lovely corners, and cosy nooks. She rolled her eyes to herself, as if she would ever let Nigel get any of it. He'd clearly taken her for a lot fewer brain cells than she actually had. She'd rather lie down on the front step and die than let him think he could get any of her and her family's house, in the Toppleton family for generations and staying that way. As she went through her bedroom and pushed open the door to the bathroom, she was greeted by the lovely room and a huge bunch of daffodils she'd picked down near the stream a few days before. Not that the bathroom had been nice when she'd moved in. Then the decor had been dated and all a bit tired. Her mum had never wanted her dad to do anything to it, and it had seen better days. But now it was her little haven. She'd painted the walls a soft white, sanded the hardwood floor, and made a feature of the vintage pipework running on the outside of the walls, the old copper shower, and the original classic white tiles. She'd hung an oversized framed mirror over the old-fashioned white pedestal sink and re-enamelled the old stand-alone bath. Stripping off her clothes, she stepped into the shower, relishing the feel of the water from the copper shower head. She closed her eyes and tilted her face upwards, letting the warmth seep into her skin. She pondered if her day would be even half as interesting as it had been the day before. After putting on jeans, an oversized gardening shirt, fluffing on some makeup, and scooping her hair into a bouncy ponytail, she emerged from the house and stepped over the dewy grass on her way to the glasshouses. A slight morning mist hung in the air, carried by a breeze coming up from the coast. Just as she was walking towards the orchard to the glasshouses, she frowned and then stopped. Turning on her heel, she changed direction, and as she neared the barn, she realised that the blue tarpaulin that had greeted her every morning for a few months was no more. Pulling open the door, it scraped on the ground, and as she peered in and her eyes adjusted to the light, she was met with the sight of Adam on his hands and knees, frowning at a stack of slate tiles. His biceps may have been ever so beautifully flexing as he worked, not that she noticed that at all. No, she didn't even register anything like that. Pip wasn't sad to see him, it had to be said. She was also very pleased she'd whacked on a bit of makeup. The bouncy ponytail had been a good call too. Adam looked up. "Hi, I was up at the crack of dawn. I thought I would make a start on it. I was going to knock, but it didn't seem as if there was much sign of life at your place." Pip thought about her delicious late start. "Morning." She pointed down at the tiles, her eyes wide. "Looks like you've been busy already." "I have. It's a lot simpler than I thought. Basically, a few tiles came loose here and there, in the storm by the looks of it. Hence, it's feeling in here like the whole thing is leaking, but it's not." Adam pointed upwards. "See, there, and there. That's where the water is coming through." Pip turned around, and then looked up, and her eyes widened in amazement. "Have you been up on the roof? I'm not sure that was a good idea on your own. What with what the doctor said and everything?" Adam nodded and rolled his eyes a touch. "I'm fine." "I'll get done by health and safety," Pip joked. Adam's face didn't crack. "You said you had insurance coming out of your ears, so we'll be fine if I break my neck." Pip felt her heart flutter as Adam picked up a bunch of tiles. She couldn't help but gawp at the way his strong hands picked up a load of them in one go. It had been all she could do to lug one of them around at a time. She gulped at the thought of his hands and tried to quell a sudden urge to touch him. Anywhere. She didn't mind what part of him. She swallowed and tried to sound as if she totally wasn't thinking about touching him. "How's it looking up there on the outside of the roof?" she asked, attempting to stop staring at him with her chin about on the floor. Adam looked at her again, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Not too bad. It shouldn't take too long. You won't be needing to cancel workshops, I don't think." Pip shuddered at the thought and stepped back, watching as Adam carted a load of tiles towards the door. She definitely didn't look at his broad shoulders. As he went past, she caught a whiff of his aftershave, and the tingles from before not only raced around her body, but her heart skipped a beat too. She wondered if not only he, but every person in the Pretty Beach Hills could hear the sound of her heart thumping in her chest. "Thanks for doing this, Adam," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. I feel a bit bad now. It's quite a job." Payment in spaghetti and other home-cooked food will be good enough for me. I would have starved here otherwise, Adam joked. Plus, the company wasn't too bad last night either. I've had worse. Pip felt her cheeks flush and she looked down at her feet. What in the world was happening to her? She was acting and, more worryingly, feeling like a love-struck teenager. She needed to get a grip. There was one thing she knew for sure, and that was that there was certainly no room for an Adam in her life. 10 minutes later, Pip was lying down underneath one of the old benches, listening to Adam dishing out instructions. She may have been able to see a huge leg and fine form beside her. She may also have secretly inhaled lungfuls of a gorgeous male smell and tried to lock it up inside her for when Adam was no longer around. She was definitely acting very strangely. She heard him clanging and banging and waited from her position underneath the bench. As she followed what he said, the first water trough was in place on top of the bench, and she wriggled out and stood up. You don't mess around. I do not, just as a matter of interest. You did most of this yourself, did you? Adam said. I did. Why? Just interested, really. Yeah, it's been a journey, Pip sighed. Not helped by my ex. Adam's whole face wrinkled into confusion. What do you mean? Pip didn't want to go into the ins and outs of Nigel. He just wants to get his hands on this place, but I was one step ahead of him. Sounds nasty. Indeed. I'm lucky we've got a bit of land here, and so I'm selling one of the paddocks to placate him. It's the lesser of two evils. Thank goodness I never married him. Adam nodded. Sounds like your best rid. Yes. Unfortunately, I have to be civil to him because of the girls. Anyway, I'll not dwell on him. Thanks for helping out with this. All good. I like a challenge, and it'll be good for me to take my mind off work, or so I'm told. Yes, you said, Pip acknowledged. It shouldn't be too long. He pointed over to a pile of cardboard boxes stacked up in the corner. What's in there? Pip rolled her eyes. A shed load of fairy lights. My idea was to have them strung up all along the ceiling here. She pointed to the little covered area outside the barn adjacent to the glass house. I want them under there too. It stayed as an idea because it's a pretty big job to do on my own and, well, I've had more pressing things. Best laid plans and all that. Adam nodded in agreement. It would look nice? Yep, I think so. I did have an idea in mind. I was going to do a twilight event and thought that this place would look lovely, layered with a load of little lights. The idea was a terrarium-making workshop in the evening. You know, something like that. Anyhow, I've not put the event live yet because, as you can see, I don't have the sparkly bit sorted and the glass house next door isn't yet ready. If I'm going to do it, I want it to be magical. Adam didn't laugh, but there was a twinkle in his eye. Shall I add that to my list? That would be so great, Pip replied. I'd love to get the outside area sorted. We have a load of old chairs down in the barn by the orchard. I've had them earmarked for the project, but without any lights out there, it's been on the back burner. Adam stood peering up at the roof and then turned outside to the covered area off the glass house. Shouldn't be a problem. Wow, thank you. That would help me out so much. Adam's face didn't crack. No worries. Just an aside. My favourite is cottage pie. Pip had been working with her plants for hours. She couldn't stop thinking about how Adam's help was going to get her out of a pickle. Who was she kidding? She couldn't stop thinking about Adam. How she would like to get in a pickle with him, more like it. In her green canvas gardening apron, she stood putting tiny succulents into vintage weathered terracotta pots and then stacked them up on the potting bench. Then, getting her branded cardboard boxes, she stuffed in wrapping and added hand-blown glass jars, little bags of prepared stones, soil, activated charcoal, and pebbles, and made up kits ready for her orders. After checking through her sales section, she absent-mindedly read over the copy for one of the workshops later in the year on her website. Join Pip at the old barn at Pretty Hills House for a gorgeous day filled with fresh air and Mother Nature doing her thing. We'll take a slow, leisurely amble all the way through the orchard and stroll around down by the stream, where we'll explore the natural habitat of the hills. In this stunning, tranquil environment and weather permitting, we'll enjoy a glorious morning tea with delicious, freshly baked homemade cake, served with clotted Kalala cream and artisan tea from the old sugar wharf in Pretty Beach. Then it's back to the barn, where we'll spend a few lovely hours filling our terrariums with organic hills-grown plants. Everything you'll need is provided, including a gorgeous recycled glass vessel, a choice of organically raised plants, and all the bits and bobs needed to create your very own little ecosystem. The old barn at Pretty Hills House is a beautifully renovated building situated in the hills of Pretty Beach. In the Toppleton family for generations, it was once part of the esteemed local Seafoley estate. The barn and glass houses have always been an integral part of Pretty Hills House, and with Pip, your host, leading the way, you'll get lost in all manner of lovelies, plants, shells, pebbles and things from the hills. Come along and spend the afternoon in the hills. You'll leave Pretty Hills House with a beautifully planted terrarium and a head full of fresh country coastal air. Pip smiled at the journey she'd already been on, with a little jar of delight. Once she'd got into the swing of providing people with kits and plants, it had naturally moved to the workshops. Initially, it had started with a few people from work coming for a couple of hours, in the months when the lockdown had lifted for a bit. In those days, she'd only had her dusty old Instagram account, not many followers, and a head stuffed with ideas. But thanks to her work colleagues and the locals in the hills, and down in Pretty Beach spreading the word, her little business had grown like wildfire. Word of mouth was indeed a beautiful thing. As she thought about it and her good fortune, she busied herself gathering supplies. Then, with a gigantic tray full of old terracotta pots she'd found on eBay, recycled glass containers for the terrariums, and a bag of pebbles hooked over her arm, she struggled across to the barn. Pushing open the door with her foot, she nearly lost the whole tray at the sight of a shirtless Adam with a power tool in his hand, fixing one of the troughs along the back wall. He looked around and smiled. She tingled from the ends of her hair to her toes. "Blimey, thank you. You've muscled on with this. I don't mess around. You've been on the go all day." "Yep." Adam pointed to the tray as she put it on the bench. "Looks like you have too." "I have, but I'm calling it a day." She nodded outside. "The light started to go and I'm shattered." "I haven't sat down at all." "I was thinking about your Twilight thing." "Yep. You should set up an event. I can get those lights done in no time and the chairs and everything. It really won't take me long at all." "Really? Wow, that would be so good. An evening event would be too easy. People have been requesting it for a long time. I've been thinking about it as I've been working, actually. It would be another string to my bow. Or to a little jar of Delight's bow, I should say." Adam nodded and pointed to the roof. "I'll put the lights up once I've sorted the plumbing." "Thanks so much. Right, don't know about you, but I'm going to call it a day," Pip said. "I need a sit down and to put my feet up for a bit." "Yeah." Adam put down the electric screwdriver and wiped the back of his hand against his forehead. "I'm done too." Before Pip knew what she was doing, she heard herself speaking. "Fancy joining me down at the stream? It's lovely down there in the evening at this time of year. You can't hear much at all but the birds and the goings-on of the bridleway. If the wind is blowing the right way and the sea is pounding, you can hear the waves too. It's so lovely down there. My happy place." Adam reached for his shirt and pulled it over his head, nodding as he did so. "Sounds like an offer I can't refuse." Pip swallowed as she put the tray down on the side. I'll go and get some drinks. I won't be long." With the tingling nearly setting her on fire and her heart pounding, Pip strode back to the house. What was she doing? Asking him to join her for drinks at the stream. She'd totally acted on impulse. As she raced up the stairs and washed her hands, she redid her hair and found herself fluffing highlighter onto her cheeks. What in the world? A spritz of perfume then went behind her ears. This was getting beyond a joke. Hurrying down the stairs, she gathered a bottle of wine, a bowl of olives, a wedge of cheese, and a cheese board. Then, grabbing a few lanterns and little battery candles, she stuffed the whole lot in a basket, hooked it over her arm, and made her way over to the barn, as if she both didn't have a care in the world, and she invited men to sit down at the stream with her every day of the week. Adam was perched on the gigantic flower pot by the barn door, looking down at his phone. As she approached, Pip held up the basket and smiled. All set. They strolled along through the orchard in the fading light, chatting, and when they got to the stream, it was just as Pip had thought it would be. Alive with trickling and soothing sounds of the stream at the end of the day. As they made their way to a couple of Adirondack chairs down by the water and looked out over the hills, Pip smiled. It wasn't a bad place to have a drink with anyone, let alone someone like Adam. Putting the basket on the floor and the wine glasses and cheese board on the table between the chairs, she turned on the candles in the lanterns and plonked herself down in one of the Adirondacks. As Adam did the same, she had to stop herself from gasping. There was indeed a god sitting beside her. She'd had some amazing evenings by the stream, that wasn't in doubt. But this she could tell, was going to be one of the better occasions. The company was nothing short of outstanding. The cheese, wine, olives, and the setting had been a very good call. Adam had seemed to soften in front of her eyes, and Pip was very much enjoying sitting beside him, gazing at the stream. She really didn't look at his biceps that often. Well, not that much. She sliced off another piece of cheese and popped it into her mouth. "How are you finding it here? Are you sure you don't mind helping out?" Adam considered for a second. "It's doing its job. I think I would have gone out of my mind if it wasn't for the glass house and the barn. To be honest, before the thing with Billy and all this, I was thinking about getting back on the fast train and going home. I find it very hard to sit and do nothing." Pip agreed, thinking as she looked at him that much was very evident. The quads clearly didn't sit around doing nothing all day long. "Yeah, me too. You have an active mind all the time, do you?" "Too active, I've been told," Adam replied. He nodded over to the stream. "This does the trick, though. What a spot, eh?" Pip nodded, and followed his gaze as she popped an olive in her mouth. "Yeah, I love it here. I used to play by this stream when I was a little girl. There's something about the air down here. I don't know, maybe I'm just imagining it." "Nope, you're not. It's nice. Luke said it was gold down here and it would do me a power of good. He wasn't wrong." Pip shifted her chair a bit. "So, what actually happened? How come you ended up in Luke's house?" "As I said, he more or less packed me off onto the train with my bike, and the next thing I knew, I was at the station in Pretty Beach." "That fast train is something else, right?" "Yeah, it sure beats the drive." "You can be up in town in a jiffy nowadays," Pip noted. "You can totally live here and work up there, from what I've seen," Adam acknowledged. Pip leaned forward a little bit and frowned. "So, what is it you do? Investment banking. I don't actually know what it means. It sounds impressive, though. You can do it from home, can you?" Adam swept his hand around. "Broadly, it's finance. Not so broadly. I invest in things, well, my company does." "What, like you invest in businesses, Dragon's Den stuff?" Pip replied jokingly. "Sort of," Pip bantered. Do you invest in small fry businesses with terrariums? Adam's voice turned a little bit more serious. We invest in anything if we think it will turn a profit we can be part of. And by the way, most big fry businesses start with a small, but very good idea, like filling a glass jar with plants in a global pandemic and charging people an arm and a leg to have a play with them. Pip swallowed. She liked his serious business voice. A lot. Right. £75 for a bit of a paddle in a stream and a glass jar full of soil is what I might call a very good idea, Adam said. Pip chuckled. An extra tenner for the twilight version with a glass of wine. Adam reciprocated with a chuckle. You see, you're my kind of business interest, but you need to make that at least 20, possibly more. Pip didn't really care what sort of interest she was to him, as long as it was some sort of interest. The tingles in regions that had been dead and sealed, never to see the light of day again, were opening and moving to whole new levels. She almost had to stop herself from shivering in delight as she sat next to him chatting. Adam pushed himself up from his chair, picked up his glass, and took a few steps to the edge of the stream. Pip naturally followed, and as she stood beside him, she held up her glass. Cheers, Adam. Thanks for today. I really appreciate it. Adam clinked the edge of her glass with his. You're welcome. I'll be waiting for my payment. Pip's mind ran wild. It was not pondering cottage pie. Yes. She was brought back to reality with his response. He was clearly thinking about food. What was it on the menu for this evening? You said you'd made something up for me to take back. Pip smiled as she came to. With the bolognese sauce, she'd made a few lasagnas, one for her, one for the freezer, and one for Adam. Lasagna. It's ready to go in the fridge. My favourite. I should clarify, one of my faves. Pip nodded. With the addition of my highly coveted homemade garlic bread. How would one cook this? Adam asked with a frown. Pip burst out laughing. It's already cooked. You just need to warm it through. Right. Microwave? Adam asked doubtfully. Yep. Or just stick the oven on and shove it in there. I take it you're not a cook in any shape or form. I thought you might have been exaggerating. Adam swept his hand around and gestured back towards the glass house and barn. As I said before, I am a useless cook. I can barely warm things up without burning them. I struggle to boil an egg. Well, it looks like we might be a good match then, Pip replied, because if there's one thing I know how to do, it's cook a good dinner. I have years of practice under my belt. Adam drained his drink. Sounds good to me. He looked around, back towards the house. Well, I'd better get going, I suppose. Yep. Pip turned back towards the Adirondacks and the little table to gather the tray and wine bottle. Just as she stepped towards the chair, Adam did too. Oops, sorry, Pip said as she bumped into him. Oops, Adam said, putting his arm out. Pip felt the tingle in her body take on a whole will of its own as she brushed really close to Adam. And before she could stop herself, her body moved of its own accord, and she leant up and touched his arm. The next thing she knew, she was right on the tips of her toes and kissing him. She felt his biceps just after his lips. Time seemed to be both standing still and racing by at 1,000,000,000,000 miles an hour at the same time. The tingling was multiplying like crazy. Would she, in fact, combust? For a split second, she hesitated, ready to run like the wind, and wondered if she should apologize profusely for her impulsiveness. But just as she was deep in regret, topped with a little bit of shame and a lot of embarrassment, Adam did not pull away. It did take a moment for him to adjust, but in actual fact, he suddenly pulled her closer, and she felt herself falling into him. So gorgeous. As she got lost, it was sensational. Elephants stampeded, bands played, and birds sang on branches of trees. Pip felt all sorts of strange things happening to her. Her cheeks were flushed, her heart raced, her veins buzzed, and her breaths were coming in short gasps. This wasn't how she'd intended things to go at all. Or maybe it was precisely as she had intended it to go. There was no denying Adam was movie star handsome with a body to match. But this was unprecedented in her world. Pip Toppleton didn't do things like this. Suddenly, she was brought back to the present, and the rush of pure lust that had come over her at that moment was gone as quickly as it had arrived. She pulled away and shook her head repeatedly in tiny little movements, blinking rapidly. "Oh, gosh!" Pip looked back up at him, her face flooded with embarrassment. Together with the embarrassment, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, grateful that he didn't seem put off by her complete and utter act of out-of-character boldness. "I don't know what came over me." Adam's face didn't really crack, but in one swift movement he was pulling her close again. "Same," he said, leaning in. This time, Pip didn't hesitate, throwing herself into the moment and losing herself in the sensation of Adam kissing her as she pushed herself into him. Everything in not only her body, but her world spun. The night air, the stream, the just visible trees, all of it whirled around her as Pip felt herself and her whole world tilt on the side and hang there for a minute, blissfully lost in a delicious new land. A land she never quite wanted to leave. Chapter 8. Pip had a gigantic jug of water by her side and was standing in the little bathroom off her bedroom, watching the water gush from the tap into the bottom of the bath. Her mind was oscillating wildly, from why in the name of goodness she had impulse-kissed Adam, to how ridiculously pleased she was with herself for doing something so out of character. Along with those two emotions, she felt streams of embarrassment course through her. What did she think she was playing at? She'd kissed a man she'd known for mere days at the end of the garden by the stream. The kiss was not unpleasant, but now she felt ridiculous, pathetic, and desperate, all squished into one. Who even was she? Mother of two, careering like wildfire towards 40 as she was, and kissing someone like a teenager in the dark at the bottom of the garden. Preposterous. She'd lugged back the wine so quickly and so deliciously on more or less an empty stomach that it had gone to her head and made her do wild, out-of-character things. Kissing someone, making the first move, that was a first and probably a last. She poured some water into a glass and sunk the whole lot down in one, shaking her head at herself. This was not going to happen again. She couldn't be doing things like this. She was a respectable woman with a job, a house to run, and 2 little girls to look after. Plus, she knew nothing about this man. But, oh, the kiss, the strong arms, the press of his hard abs, the tingles. Was it possible for eyeballs to tingle? She was now in possession of the knowledge that it most definitely was. Pip pondered the situation, considering her options. The kiss had been sudden and unexpected, and she wasn't entirely sure how she felt about it. As she mulled it over, she tried to look at it objectively. He probably didn't even think it was anything. A wine-fueled kiss on a lovely evening. Nothing more, nothing less. She would not start to obsess or overthink. She nodded to herself. The best course of action would be to push the memory of the kiss to the back of her mind and pretend it never happened. She would build a wall around the memory, lock it up, and stash it away, where it would be out of sight and out of mind. That way, she wouldn't need to be embarrassed or anything, and nor would he. Simple. She tried not to overthink it, and dissect it to within an inch of its life. It was just a kiss. She knew from experience in most things in her life that she had a tendency to obsess, to replay things over and over in her mind until they became bigger and more significant than they really were. She would not do that with this. She did not have the time, the emotional bandwidth, and certainly not the energy. As Pip stepped into the bath, she took a deep breath and smiled. Yep, she would simply act as though nothing had happened between her and Adam. She'd be nonchalant and casual and just like other people who didn't obsess over little things. Yeah, too easy. She closed her eyes and made a pact with herself. She would not let this happen again. There was no way she could afford to start on some ridiculous emotional roller coaster with a stranger she barely even knew. She went cold when she realized that she really knew nothing about him. Like, nothing about him. Like the fact that he could be married or anything. She didn't even know. He could be like the Netflix character who locked people in the basements of bookshops. The whole thing was so weird, so out of the ordinary, and so absolutely mind-blowingly deliciously nice. A kiss with a stranger by a stream? Oh, go on then. The next morning, in the cold light of day, Pip didn't quite know what to think and steered well clear of the glass house and the barn and made herself scarce. After a morning full of video meetings with work, she was on her way to the village strolling along the bridleway, her mind thinking about anything but work. The crunch of gravel beneath her feet amalgamated with the sound of the birds, the rustle from the canopy of trees overhead, and the noises of the countryside. She sighed in pleasure at the peaceful, pretty beach hills sound that had been an accompaniment to most of her life. She hoped the bridleway walk and the fresh air would work to clear her head and enable her to shake off the inconceivable effect Adam seemed to be having on her. It wasn't like her to behave so impulsively, to throw caution to the wind and kiss a relative stranger. She shook her head, determinedly trying to make sense of what was what. As she reached the village, she veered off onto the public pathway that wound its way beside the rectory. All around her, spring was in the air. The hedgerows were laden with buds, their scent mingling with daffodils and the fresh country coastal air. The beauty of the scene soothing her fizzing mind. Pip paused for a moment to take it all in, and then turned down the main street. A long line of pastel cottages butting right up to the pavement stretched out in front of her. A plethora of bunting crisscrossed overhead, and on every single windowsill looking out onto the street, window boxes danced with pastel tulips and pale yellow daffodils. The air was scented with hyacinth. She waved hello to Holly, the owner of the bakery in Pretty Beach, who, along with one of her staff members, was getting into a white van, and she smiled at Harriet from the Golden Lion pub, who was standing outside one of the cottages on the other side of the road chatting. A few minutes later, she was at the corner shop. She stepped up the funny little worn half-step and pushed open the door. The shop bell rang overhead, and the corner shop smell hit her. It always brought with it a mix of comfort, nostalgia, and as if she was home. As she walked up the aisle, packed to the rafters with groceries, she could see Betty standing behind the counter with a cup of tea, and Emma on the other side holding a white paper bag in her hand and chatting. Betty raised her eyebrows and Emma turned around. Pip chuckled to herself. Betty had obviously been making the most of the sunshine. Her cheeks were a deep red-orange. "Morning, Pip," Betty called out. "What's occurring?" It went through Pip's head that a kiss was occurring, but there was no way she was entering into that conversation in the corner shop. Betty would combust in excitement. Though, by the way, news travelled in the hills, and with the addition of Holly from the bakery in the vicinity, she wouldn't be surprised if her news had already spread around the village on its own. Even though, as far as she knew, no one had witnessed what had happened the evening before. Somehow, news in the hills seemed to travel fast and of its own accord. "Nothing much. I've just been working this morning." "Right you are," Betty smiled. "What about you?" "Actually, I think I know what's been occurring with you. It looks like you've been sitting in the sun trap." "Am I right?" Pip chuckled. "I have indeed. You know me. I need sun in my life, Pip." "Vitamin D," Betty joked. Not long until I'm back off to Ibiza, thank the Lord. But if the sun is shining here, I'll be out the back there. You know that. Me and sunbathing are a match made in heaven." "I do know you," Pip smiled. "I was just telling Betty about Billy the other day," Emma said. "Oh yes," Pip replied, keeping her tone casual. "Here we go," she thought. Wait for it. "Yes, and the rather yummy visitor who found him." Emma chuckled. Pip felt her cheeks flush. Betty nodded. "Luke's place, yes. I forgot to mention it to you, actually. Luke called me to let me know we'd be having a visitor up here in the hills. He said he was thoroughly vetted and pre-checked." Betty joked. "Bit of a looker, not that I would be noticing things like that, but he may have been in for a packet of digestives this morning." Pip didn't want to appear too interested. A part of her was very happy to hear that Adam had been vetted, even if it was banter. "Right, I see." "My kind of visitor," Emma laughed. Betty agreed. "I should say so." She turned to Pip. "I hear he's helping with the roof." Pip tried to keep her face nonchalant. He was helping with more than the roof, as far as she was concerned. "Yes." "Up on a break from a busy banking job," Betty stated. "It seems so." "A banker who's handy with the tools," Betty continued with a straight face. "Yes." "Who doesn't get paid," Betty added pointedly. "Well, he's adopted the Pretty Beach way. I'm providing dinner," Pip fired back, not missing a beat. Betty chortled. "Of course, you are." Pip put the loaf of bread she'd picked up on her way up the aisle onto the counter. "You're funny, Betty." "Right, just this for me, please. One of Holly's finest." Betty nodded. "Noted. On your tab already." Emma inclined her chin towards the door. "Time for a cup of coffee? I put a banana bread in the Aga before I popped down here." Pip glanced at her watch. She just about had time. "Love one, thanks." Pip and Emma walked side by side on the narrow pavement beside the main road. As they passed the rows of pastel cottages with their window boxes filled with flowers, Emma chatted about Billy until they had walked all the way along the road, turned down at the end and headed for her cottage. As usual, when Pip walked up the path to Emma's place, she loved the look of it all. The little gabled front porch, the squat chimneys at either end, the old stone wall, and the wreath full of spring blooms on the pale blue front door. Pip took her wellies off on the front step and, accompanied by a bouncy Billy, followed Emma through the house into the cosy kitchen. She adored Emma's place with its old-world charm and comfortable familiarity. Emma somehow managed to make the house seem as if it had just stepped out of a Pinterest board, and welcoming at the same time. Pip pulled out a chair, sat at the kitchen table, took a deep breath, and felt her shoulders drop as the smell of banana bread in the Aga filled the room. She and Emma had been friends ever since Emma had moved up from Pretty Beach to the hills, and they had bumped into each other in the corner shop. Emma was a true blue Pretty Beach local, transported to the hills, and knew everyone near and far. Pip looked around as Emma took the banana bread out of the Aga. She took in the little details that made the cottage so homely, and sighed to herself. At the windows, gingham beige and white curtains were drawn back, allowing sunlight to filter in. An old Belfast sink gleamed, and the smell of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the scent of a huge bunch of flowers from the garden outside. The smell of Emma's baking and the gentle tick-tock of the grandfather clock from the hallway all wrapped Pip up in its comforting homey feel. Emma bustled around the kitchen, chatting as she sliced the banana bread and put a cafetiere of coffee onto the middle of the table. Then, after pouring them each a steaming mug, she settled down opposite Pip, conversing about nothing in particular. Pip fiddled with the edge of her mug as she listened to Emma, wondering if she should tell her what had happened with Adam. She was grateful beyond words for her friendship with Emma, but she wasn't sure whether or not she wanted to admit the kiss. It felt as if it was all somehow a bit of a dream, and once she spoke about it, it would all become very real. "One slice or two?" Emma asked, and popped 2 slices of banana bread onto Pip's plate anyway. "It looks like I'm having 2. Pip laughed. Emma nodded. "Right, I have to tell you something Betty said in the shop before you walked in this morning." Noting Emma's change in tone, a frown creased Pip's forehead. "What?" she asked, concerned. "I don't like the sound of this." "Nigel has apparently been broadcasting that you're selling the house," Emma replied, slicing the banana bread and popping some on her plate. "And that you and the girls are going to have to find a new place to live. He's saying you won't be able to afford to stay in the hills and that you're moving out." "What?" Pip rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Yep, I know, I said you weren't as far as I knew." Pip shook her head vehemently, her mind racing at Nigel spreading rumours. The cheek of him! She loved her hills house, with its little stream, glass houses and stunning views. It was her and her girls' home, her sanctuary, and even the thought of selling it made her blood run cold. "I know. So it's completely untrue then? I thought maybe things had changed and you hadn't told me yet. As far as I knew, getting Shane in was just to keep Nigel quiet." "Of course not," Pip replied, her voice rising in indignation. "Nigel should keep his mouth shut. I don't even know why this is annoying me. I know what he's like." Emma sighed, reaching for her coffee. "Well, you know how people like to gossip," she said, a note of weariness in her tone. "Betty said he told Gareth in the pub. You have to laugh. He's not even welcome in the pub. The irony of that alone." Pip nodded, knowing that Emma was right. Gossip had a way of spreading like wildfire around the hills, but the last thing she wanted was people getting wind that Pretty Hills House was going on the market. "Still, it's infuriating," she said, pouring herself a top-up of coffee and taking a sip. The hot liquid filled her mouth as she shook her head in disdain. "What on earth did I ever see in him?" Emma smiled sympathetically. "Goodness knows. I didn't say anything to Betty about the paddock. I just kept quiet. It's annoying that he thinks he can announce my business in the pub. The money from the paddock will keep him happy, hopefully. He can't resist spreading stuff around. I mean, not that everyone doesn't know everyone else's business up here anyway, but that's not the point. Don't worry. We'll let him think whatever he likes. Once it's sorted, he'll never get his grubby hands on anything," Emma said, a glint in her eyes. "No one messes with the Hillies and their houses. We all know that." "Yeah, shame Nigel didn't get the memo." Emma sighed. "I just wanted to put you in the picture about what he's up to, although I'm sure Betty would have said something. She was riled up about him too." "Yeah, he annoys everyone, at least it's not just me," Pip noted. "Shame. He's so handsome. How did he get made like that and be so irritating too?" Pip shook her head. "I wish I knew." Pip couldn't help but feel agitated by Nigel. His thinking that she was actually selling the house and wouldn't be able to afford to stay in the hills pushed all her buttons. Even mere speculation about the sale of her beloved house made her shudder. Emma topped up her coffee and pulled a funny face. "Don't worry, it'll all be sorted soon." Pip let herself smile. Sitting in Emma's cosy little kitchen, with its mismatched chairs, sweet curtains, and old Aga, made the outside world and people like Nigel feel just that little bit removed. Her ease was interrupted by the sound of Emma's phone pinging. Emma picked it up and read a message, her face creasing in annoyance as she computed the words on her screen. "Talk of the devil, it's from Betty. There's more on the Nigel thing," she said, dropping her phone with a thud. "He's telling people that the house is definitely up for sale and that you've already had offers." Pip felt her blood boil. Grrr, he's such an idiot. Thank goodness it's a school day and the girls aren't around. She knew that Nigel was a notorious gossip, but she hadn't realised he could be so thoughtless about the girls getting wind that they would be moving house. Emma shook her head. He has to tittle-tattle, and he's not even got his facts right. Well, we know he's wrong, and I just have to stick to my plan, Pip said firmly, setting down her coffee cup with a clink. As you and I well know, I have no intention of selling the house. I certainly haven't had any offers. He's just trying to stir up trouble. I don't know why he would bother. No one in the hills likes him anyway. Emma nodded in agreement. Ignore him, she said, her voice kind and reassuring. The Nigels of this world thrive on drama. The best thing you can do is carry on with your own little life and not let him get to you. Pip took a deep breath, the aroma of the coffee and banana bread calming her racing thoughts. She knew Emma was right. She wouldn't let Nigel get to her. She also had other, more interesting things to think about. Kisses by streams. Emma's phone pinged again. She read it, shaking her head, and looked up with wide eyes. Apparently, a little jar of delight isn't doing well either. He told Gareth that too. Pip couldn't believe what she was hearing. Nigel was not just spreading rumours about the sale of Pretty Hill's house, but her business too. He really was something else. He knew nothing about her business. She'd made well sure of that. She felt a knot form in her stomach as she thought about the consequences of his lies. It didn't take long for things to go around up in the hills, and she didn't want people to think her business was failing. She took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. He's such a drama queen. If only he knew how well my business is doing. Thank goodness I had the foresight to tie it up in Dad's name, she said firmly. The terrarium workshops are doing just fine. Yes, the storm caused some damage and the roof needs fixing, but that's one small blip. The cheek of him. Emma nodded in agreement. Idiot. He's always been a troublemaker, that one. But why would he tell Gareth all that in the pub? Pip shrugged, feeling frustrated. Good question. I've asked myself similar things about him many a time. A lot of what he does doesn't make sense. It's like he thrives on being nasty. Strange. Anyway, you have to keep stum because of the girls. Once this is tied up, you'll be free of him mostly. I do. Maybe he's jealous about how the business took off? You'd think he would be pleased, so he doesn't have to fork out any of his precious money for the girls. Yeah, you would. Whatever his reasons, I'm not going to let him get in the way of my plans, and I'm certainly not going to let him upset me. Pip nodded decisively. Nope, you can't let him get the better of you, Emma said, getting up and filling the kettle with water. Pip smiled gratefully at Emma's support. Emma put the kettle on the Aga and then sat back down. Anyway, enough of Nigel. What about the new kid on the block? Adam is doing the roof, eh? How's that going? Pip tried her best to act casually as they discussed Adam. He seems quite nice. That was an understatement. How did all that come about? All what? Him fixing the roof? He said he was bored out of his brain staying at Luke's and that he'd help out in exchange for some dinner, Pip said, with a nonchalant shrug. Inside, Pip's mind was whirling. She couldn't stop thinking about the kiss, the way Adam's abs felt under her fingertips, the electric tingle that shot through her body every time he was near. But she couldn't tell Emma about any of that. She had to keep up appearances and pretend that everything was perfectly normal. Emma raised her eyebrows. What's the deal with him? Why is he staying at Luke's place? Executive stress, apparently. Pah, you're kidding me, right? That's a thing, is it? Nope, I know. Actually, it sounds genuine. He said all he does is go to work and the gym. It all caught up with him. Right. As she sipped her coffee, Pip tried to focus on the conversation at hand. Emma was asking about the roof and what that meant for her business. Pip did her best to answer, without giving away any hints about her true feelings about Adam. But even as she spoke, Pip's thoughts kept drifting back to the kiss. She wondered what Adam was doing at Luke's place right now, whether he was thinking about her as much as she was thinking about him. She shook her head slightly, trying to clear her mind. She couldn't let her emotions get the better of her. Not now, when she had so much on her plate. He's going to put the lights up in the glass house and fix the panes in there. So, yeah, I'm going to put a Twilight event up on my website and run with it. Remember, I mentioned that to you ages ago? Emma raised her chin. He seems to be very generous where you're concerned. What does that mean? There was a twinkle in Emma's eyes. Oh, no, nothing. Just saying. It's just in exchange for a home-cooked meal while he's at Luke's. Of course, it is, Emma chuckled. Pip couldn't help but feel torn between keeping the kiss to herself and pretending it had never happened, and telling Emma the whole scenario so that they could dissect the ins and outs of it until they were blue in the face. She leant forward on the table. Actually, him being around and what Nigel is up to has given me some sort of push. Like what? Emma frowned. What sort of a push are we talking about? I'm going to go for it with the business. Add the Twilight event, put more things on my website, and strike while the iron's hot. I've really got to make the most of it, and now. No time like the present. Pip nodded. Adam's arrival had somehow been a turning point in her business. He had only been around for a nanosecond, but it was as if he'd flicked a switch in her she hadn't known was ready to be turned on. In actual fact, he'd switched a few things on. As she sipped her coffee, Pip couldn't help but let her mind wander to the possibilities for a little jar of delight. It was time to take her terrarium workshops to the next level, expand her business, and try a few different things. The stranger in the orchard had spurred her on, and it was time to act on it. Pip took a deep breath as she relayed her plans for a Twilight terrarium workshop to Emma. She was going to ramp up her business, get the paddock sold, and move on from Nigel. She would venture down a new path, hopefully one that led her to a shirtless man with very nice abs who most definitely knew how to kiss. Chapter 9. Pip had not only risen super early and taken on the characteristics of a headless chicken to get her work done, but she'd also multitasked like a mother. Whilst dictating work notes into her phone, she'd cleaned both upstairs bathrooms, and as she'd listened to a recorded Zoom meeting, she'd made the girls' lunchboxes. She'd also done the school run, packed orders for a little jar of delight, and completed all her client follow-ups, along with checking on her dad and making dinner. And why this frenzy of modern multitasking? Also known as generally trying to do everything at once? One word. Adam. The other two words. Bike ride. The mention of a bike ride had come about the afternoon before, whilst the girls had been at tennis lessons, and Pip had been chatting to Adam in the barn. He'd happened to mention the bridleway to Pretty Beach, and his intention to ride down in the direction of the sea. Pip had explained how not to go on the main path where he would come across all manner of hikers, dog walkers and the like, but instead to take the narrower and known to locals only public footpath, which took more time but ran along the side of the stream and was exceptionally beautiful. And then, as if her mouth had a mind of its own, she'd somehow invited herself along, which had all been fine and dandy, until she'd looked at her schedule and realised that a leisurely bike ride halfway through the working week was not a luxury she had at her disposal. Hence the early wake-up call before it had got light, and the squashing in of chores to alleviate time in the middle of her day. As Pip rushed around slamming down her laptop lid and straightening her desk, she flew up the back stairs, raced into her bedroom and hopped into the shower. This momentous event of meeting Adam for a bike ride deemed the need for clean hair. Pouring shampoo into her hand and frantically massaging it through her head, she then leant out of the shower, rummaged around in the cabinet for a bottle of hair perfume, chuckled to herself that it hadn't seen the light of day for a very long time, and slapped a load of it on her head. Going at lightning speed, and after a bit of deliberation about what one wears to attend an oh-so-casual bike ride with a man one fancies the pants off, she emerged in the kitchen in jeans, an oversized white shirt, very nice, not only scented but also blow-dried. Hair, and slipped on her yard boots. Scooting around the kitchen, she boiled the kettle, poured hot water into a flask, put some milk and tea bags into a cool bag, grabbed a tartan picnic rug and dumped the lot in her bike basket. After plonking her bike basket into its carrier on the front of her bike, and just as she was wheeling it down through the orchard, she saw Adam cycling along from the right of the bridleway. Handsome? Oh my God, yes. What am I doing? I do not go on dates. Would this be referred to as a date? Who even am I? What is happening to my heart? Am I having a heart attack? Am I going to die? What will happen to the girls? Pip swallowed at the sight of him and the fact that her heart was galloping. What in the world was she doing? She couldn't help but wonder what had possessed her to invite herself along on the bike ride with Adam. She double-checked herself. Who precisely was she kidding? She knew exactly why. It had a lot to do with the eyes and everything to do with the chest. The biceps most definitely helped the equation too. Plus, the idea of spending time with him on that lovely, secluded path was very, very attractive. There may also have been a hankering after a repeat of the kiss. Assuming the air of a person who met men at the end of her garden to go on bike rides all the time, Pip heard a chirpy sound come out of her mouth. "Hi! Lovely day for it," Adam nodded. "It is. The sunshine is welcome after the last few days. Most certainly." "How are you?" Pip pretended she hadn't spent the moment since her alarm had gone off at the crack of dawn, running around doing 16 things at once, so that she would be able to freewheel down to the sea without a care in the world. She waved her hand breezily in front of her as if her life, her very existence, exuded calm control. "Oh, keeping busy. You?" "A couple of calls with work, and I then forced myself not to do anything else work-related," Adam joked. "For the sake of my dodgy heart, of course." Pip chuckled as she hopped on her bike, and they began to pedal slowly along the bridleway. As they got to an opening in a hedge where an old timber sign covered in moss and lichen posted the way, she pointed. "Right, we need to veer off here," she called out. Adam frowned. "It says Pretty Beach and Lighthouse are the other way." "Yes, that's what I was telling you about. It's confusing if you don't know what you're doing." "Righto, lead the way." As the path meandered, and they cycled along chatting, Pip found herself increasingly charmed by both the scenery and, much more importantly, the company. The narrow stream beside them sparkled under the sun's rays. The hedgerows after the day before's rain were a lush, almost otherworldly green, and daffodils and crocuses dotted the landscape in splashes of pretty spring colour. The air was alive with the sound of birdsong and the occasional rustling of leaves as a gentle breeze from the sea circled them. "Blimey, this is gorgeous, isn't it?" Adam remarked, his eyes taking in the scenery. "You said this was lovely. You weren't kidding. A hidden gem I wouldn't have even known about if you hadn't mentioned it." Pip smiled at Adam's words. Nigel suddenly flashed into her mind. He'd never liked the path to Pretty Beach, always preferring to bundle the girls into the car and drive. It had always irritated the heck out of her that he couldn't see the beauty of the path down to the sea, but she'd hidden it well. The contrast between Nigel and the man beside her was huge. "It's one of my favourite places, actually. I come down here on my bike when I need a bit of peace and quiet. Not that that's very often these days." As they cycled side by side, Pip loved how the conversation with Adam just seemed to flow. Everything felt so unnervingly easy, almost as if she'd known him forever. Adam's initial grumpiness had changed as she'd got to know him to a dry wit and self-deprecating humour, which generated tingles in places Pip didn't even know were possible. She found herself chuckling at his banter more than she'd expected to, and just loved spending time with him. It felt so very far from the boring humdrum of her everyday life and way too close to serious feelings for her liking. "So," Adam said, winking as they pedalled through a particularly beautiful stretch of the path, "is this where you bring all the shirtless men you find at the bottom of your garden?" Pip burst out laughing, feeling her cheeks colour slightly. She joked in response. "Hardly. You're the first, actually. I hope you feel very honoured." Adam feigned a solemn expression, placing a hand on his heart. "I truly do. I'll wear this badge of honour with pride for the rest of my days." Pip laughed, and the casual chat and banter continued as the path eventually opened up, emerging down near the sea in Pretty Beach. Pip couldn't help but steal glances at Adam as they dismounted their bikes and strode along the promenade near the sea. She shook her head at the way she was behaving. This was not good. She was falling for Adam, there was no doubt about it. She felt a flutter in her chest and a tingle almost all over her skin when his elbow knocked against hers as they walked along. The way it made her feel both exhilarated and terrified her at the same time. Since the days when she'd realised that a long-term future with Nigel was never going to happen, she'd been so focused on her work, so concerned about her girls, and so intent on making her new business a success that she hadn't allowed herself to entertain the possibility of much at all in her life, let alone a romance. It was unusual, unprecedented, and strange. But there was something about Adam that made her feel alive, in a way she hadn't in years, perhaps ever. As they stood side by side, gazing out at the mesmerising view of the sea, Pip's mind raced. She knew that she was in dangerous territory, letting herself fall for this man she barely knew. Potent feelings stirred and whirred in just about every part of her body as she stood looking at the waves and tried not to think about them too much. But as the sun dipped in and out from behind the clouds and glittered off the water, Pip couldn't help but hope and pray that this new person in her life, the one she'd come across in the orchard, would be around for more than a short while. She would hold her breath and wait and see. Chapter 10. It was a week or so after Pip's coffee with Emma and the mention of Nigel's antics. His telling people her business was failing had spurred her on to get the ball rolling on the twilight event she'd been mulling over for a long time. She sat in the snug on the sofa with a coffee, mused how she wanted the event to feel, brainstormed a few ideas, and then wrote the copy. Rereading it, she nodded to herself enthusiastically. It sounded really rather nice. She'd like to attend herself. Oh, she would be attending herself. She was the host. Come along and sit under the fairy lights with a chilled glass of something nice as the evening country air draws in. We'll do a spot of stargazing and then gather our supplies in the delightful candlelit glass house. There, under the moonlight, we'll put together a magical terrarium just for you. With everything included, you won't have to worry about a thing. All you'll need to do is get lost in the special world of plants and jars, sit back and enjoy. Come and take in the special country coastal air and listen to the night sounds of the hills. You'll absolutely love it. Pip nodded, double-checked the date she'd put into the event calendar, and sat for a while thinking. The lights for the event were not in place. The glass house was a mess and nothing was sorted. If she took the plunge, there would be no turning back and she would need to get a serious wriggle on to make it happen. Deciding it was now or never, she hit the publish button with a wince. Twilight Terrariums at a Little Jar of Delight was live. Closing the lid of her laptop, she got up from the sofa, had a quick call with her girls, and walked through the kitchen to the back door. After taking cinnamon buns out of the oven and popping them in a basket, she slipped on her yard boots, picked up her trug, opened the back door, and made her way over to her dad's cottage. As she was just crossing near the barn, Adam came strolling down the side path, a tool belt around his waist and slate tiles in his hand. "Oh, hi," Pip beamed. "Hey!" Pip pointed to the tiles. "Thank you so much for this. How are you getting on?" "Yeah, good." "Right. It's keeping me out of trouble. What are you up to? Just popping over to check on my dad. I have a meeting in a bit, and then I have to get the house sorted and do dinner. You know, the usual. Adam smiled. Nice. Before Pip knew what she was doing, she was inviting Adam to dinner. Come over if you like, rather than taking it with you. Adam was quick in his response. Yep, sure, love to. Pip felt ridiculously pleased with herself at the same time as a little bit embarrassed. Okay, well, see you later then. Yeah, will do. Look forward to it. As Pip walked through the orchard, the warm afternoon sun filtered down onto her face, and the fresh scent of spring filled the air. Was she, in fact, bouncing along? Who was this humming, happy person? And more importantly, why was she like this? She hadn't felt like it for years. Years and years. Adam was coming to dinner. Hooray. She couldn't help but feel a sense that something good was in the air as she made her way towards her dad's cottage. It had been a very long time coming. Pushing the old gate with her shoulder, she scooted through the garden and knocked on the door, calling out as she did so, "Hello!" Her dad answered with a shout from the front garden. She walked through the cottage and the open front door, where he was standing in his gardening shoes and gardening hat, leaning on the fence. Harry's tractor was pulled onto the verge, and Harry was standing chatting with her dad. Harry looked at Pip with a wide smile on his face. "Afternoon, Pip. How the devil are you?" he asked, pulling her into a warm hug. Pip held her hand up, showing off a basket where a linen tea towel wrapped the batch of cinnamon buns she had warmed in the Aga. "Good, Has. How are you? I've been down to town and stocked up with these. I'll pop the kettle on, shall I?" Harry nodded. "I hear the trespasser is doing okay?" Harry said with a twinkle in his eye. "He is," Pip said, unwrapping the package and taking a deep breath of the warm, spicy scent. "He's also putting lights up in the glass house and the outside area." "Can't be bad," Harry smiled. Hugh gave Pip a funny look. "He's doing all this in exchange for dinner?" "Yup." "I'm so surprised not," Harry chuckled. Pip felt herself blush, then she whizzed around and went to the kitchen to put the kettle on. 10 minutes later, all three of them were standing by the picket fence at the front of her dad's cottage, sipping tea. As she offered the basket of cinnamon buns to Harry, Pip wanted to get the subject off Adam. "So, yeah, remember my idea for another event? I was pondering a twilight terrarium workshop, an evening bit of pottering with my plants and jars." "Sounds good. What about the Hills Secret? Will that be involved too?" Harry asked with a wink. "Would you be making the most of that?" "Oh yes, the glowworms would make it amazing." Pip nodded. "Not sure about publicising that though. I'll get in trouble with the powers that be. They're the secret of the hills." Her dad's eyes lit up. "It's a great idea. It'd be good to get those fairy lights up at last. You'd need to get the glass house off the barn sorted, wouldn't you?" "Yes, hopefully," Pip replied. Harry's face wrinkled up. "The last time I saw that, it was a mess in there." "Yeah, with Adam doing the roof, it spurred me on," Pip stated, leaving out the bit about Nigel and his gossip about her business failing, knowing it would wind her dad up. Pip's dad raised his eyebrows. "Right. Sounds like this Adam is a bit of a grafter on the quiet." "He is. I'm going to go for it and see what happens," Pip said. "Good idea," Harry said. "If you don't try, you don't know." "You think?" The gardens and the glass house are magical in the evenings at this time of year, and once the lights are up, it will be even more lovely. Pip trailed off, lost in thought. Her dad nodded thoughtfully. "It's a lot of work." "I know," Pip replied. "Nothing comes without hard work," Harry stated. Her dad smiled. "Happy to help, but you know, these old bones aren't what they once were. These knees..." Harry chuckled. "Nuh, same here. Give us a shout, though, if you want any help, Pip." Harry side-eyed. Or just leave it to your new helper, eh? Pip giggled. Other people thought her idea was a good one. Onwards and upwards. She would double-check her supplies, think it through a bit more, add the event to her socials, and then have to pull her finger out to make it happen. I'll get to it toot sweet. Yeah, you do that, Pip's dad said. Harry took a sip of his tea. I might even have to buy myself a ticket. Pip got up and picked up their mugs. Right, I need to go. I have a meeting to attend. I'll see you later for dinner, Dad. Yes, will do. Oh, and Dad, we have a guest joining us. Hugh nodded and flicked his eyebrows up and exchanged a quick, knowing look with Harry. I bet we do. Since she'd been back from her dad's cottage, Pip had stopped herself from making any excuse she could to go into the barn. When she totally made her way up to the third floor and spied out the window in the attic room, she'd almost been struck down by the tingling that had coursed through her veins. The sight of Adam with earphones on, muscling with one of the old water troughs, sent her emotions all over the show. This man and his effects were huge. She'd come back downstairs in a bit of a daze and, resisting the urge to go out and offer him a cup of tea or, to be quite frank, offer him anything, she tried to focus on her actual life and not the god currently working in her garden. She tutted to herself. She had a job to do and a life to lead. She was not to be skulking around in attics, spying on men like a teenager. She needed to concentrate on serious things like earning a living and making sure the house she loved so much remained hers. She nodded to herself. She needed to concentrate on her job, get her work done and dusted, message her girls and do some housework. She would not spy. She would not lust. A few hours or so later, and with all that done, halfway through the day, she clipped her earphones into their case, grabbed her gardening trug from the hook by the side door, and, purposely avoiding the barn where Adam was at work, she strolled down towards the old glass houses by the willow tree. The sun cast a warm light over the garden, and as she pushed open the door to the first glass house, she inhaled the scent and wallowed in the smell of moss, soil, flowers, and ferns. Pip felt her shoulders drop as her happy place wrapped her in its warmth. As she did, every time she stepped in, she felt as if she could actually live in the glass house. A little timber sleigh bed down the end with a lamp and a cosy eiderdown would do her quite nicely, away from the realities of her real life, away from the Nigels of the world. The glass house always seemed to take away her worries. No distractions, no one shouting "Mum" every 2 minutes, no annoying ex, no anything to be concerned about. As she always did when she first walked in, she touched things here and there as she strolled down the central path, and her mind started its journey of decompressing from her early start at work. Arriving at the back, she smiled at the little DIY setup she'd muddled together, where heating pads and glass cultivated a warm spot, and her little herb garden thrived away to itself. Placing her trug down gently, Pip bobbed down and got lost in her plants. As she snipped, rustled, inhaled, and dug through the soil, her mind, as it always did, moved into a different state. As far as she was concerned, there was nothing better than ambling down to the end of the glass house, snipping things here and there and losing herself. Her little pop of self-care in the middle of what were usually busy, hectic days. Her time with her plants. Her sweet haven of tranquility. A place where the hustle and bustle of everyday life existed somewhere else. In her phone, up by the house, and in her role as a mum. Pip couldn't get enough of the change in the weather, and the way the light was different in the glass house. It was the same every year. The way the sunlight filtered through the panes, casting a hazy glow on everything in its path. She loved the way the plants bristled in the breeze coming in from the open door. She loved the scent of the herbs, and she loved the deep greens. Mostly, she loved it all. The smell of damp earth and fresh growth filled her nostrils. She inhaled deeply as she stood at the potting bench, potting on succulents, and thought about her little business, and made a mental note of what she needed to do to make the Twilight event happen. Her business had come along as a byproduct of the pandemic and had unwittingly provided her with so many things. Something that was just hers, turning a hobby into a business. As she worked, she tried not to think too much about Nigel, but her mind kept wandering back to the conversation with Emma. Nigel was pushing all her buttons by jabbering to people that she was selling the house. She would not rise to the bait, though. Even though he annoyed her immensely, she would always have the upper hand because the house would never be his. It irritated her that he thought it was fine to broadcast stuff around the pub that actually had nothing to do with him. It also annoyed her that the girls might get wind of things that weren't true. She attempted to push Nigel out of her mind as she scanned the glass house. He wasn't worth her emotional bandwidth, and she had many more important things to think about. More tingle-inducing things like the relative stranger who was again coming to dinner that night. Strolling back up to the house with her trunk full of herbs, she stepped into the kitchen and thought about the dinner. It was a twice-monthly occurrence and a tradition with her dad, but this one would include a visitor. The dinners had become very important once her mum had been taken into a care home, and were much cherished and highly regarded. Most of the time, it was just the two of them, but sometimes they'd have a guest like Emma or Harry or, every now and then, Betty from the corner shop. But to be invited to dinner was a big deal, meaning that Adam being invited was notable. Pip, though, would play it down with her dad and tell him that the only reason Adam was invited was in payment for the work he was doing, and because he'd also added putting up the lights in the glass house to his list of jobs. Deep down, Pip knew better. Pip thought about Adam more as she washed her hands, and after letting a pot of tea brew, she pottered around, chopping up pancetta and garlic and adding homemade chicken stock to a pot on the aga until the kitchen smelt amazing. Bustling around and tidying, she smiled at her lovely surroundings, as if she would let Nigel get his hands on the place that had been in her family for years. The beautiful old handmade shaker cabinets, the huge aga, and the window looking out onto the garden and down to the orchard. Running her hand over the well-worn scrubbed pine table with its scratches, dents and signs of life from years of use, she revelled in its solid comfort. Stirring the pot, she mused Adam as she clinked the wooden spoon against the sides of the pot, and found herself lost in thought as she worked. Why was he even front and centre of her mind? She'd always thought of herself as level-headed and practical, not one to be swayed by emotions, impulses, or tingles in places she'd forgotten existed. But something about Adam had thrown her off kilter. As she chopped another load of fresh herbs and sprinkled them into the pot, her mind kept wandering back to him and the way he'd made her feel. It was strange, really, what an effect he was having on her. It was indeed strange that she'd kissed him. That was something other people did, but here she was, faced with the fact that she'd made the first move to what was little more than a stranger, and he was making her feel all the feels. As she started to lay the table, she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if it went any further than the kiss with him. Would there be anything else other than this crazy chemistry, which seemed to have zapped her from above? It was ridiculous to get ahead of herself and even think about him or it. So much for her putting it to the back of her mind and pretending that it had been a little tipsy kiss. What was actually happening was the opposite. It filled her brain to capacity. Even though they'd only just met, things were tingling, and her heart skipped a beat just at the thought of him coming over to share a bowl of minestrone. She sighed and shook her head. She really needed to get a hold of herself. Adam would be out of town before she could blink. He was simply here for a break and had done her a favour because he had nothing better to do with his time. It was nothing more than that. Pip sighed, stirring the pot once more, before washing her hands and leaning against the scrubbed pine table, lost in thought. She thought about what might happen after the dinner, and for a moment allowed herself to indulge in a fantasy that had little to no bearing on her actual life. She shook herself, reminding herself that she had 2 girls to look after, a business to run, an ex-partner who was causing all sorts of problems, and a life to live. She couldn't let herself get swept away by a man she barely knew. But it was quite nice to fantasize. Very deliciously, gorgeously nice. Pip shook her head and chuckled to herself, wondering when she'd started to act like a love-struck teenager. She knew precisely when. When the tingles had started, when she'd been told by Adam what was what, as his hand had been held out in a stop sign in the orchard. That was the first occasion. Then there was the actual shiver that had run down her spine when down by the stream he'd kissed her back, so confident and sure. She took another deep breath and refocused her attention back on the minestrone. As she added a few extra grinds of black pepper, she couldn't help but hug the little twinge of excitement to herself that he was coming over for dinner. She put the lid on the minestrone and made her way to the study. She had more important things to think about and real-life work to do. Fantasizing about strangers needed to cease. By early evening, Pip had been forced by a problem at work not to think about Adam. From then, she'd spoken to her girls who were at Nigel's mum's and had suddenly realised that time was ticking on. With her dad and Adam's arrival imminent, she raced up to the bathroom, wondering about what to change into. What did one wear when one fancied the pants off one's dinner guest but was trying to pretend one didn't? Tricky. After the quickest shower of her life, where she'd washed her hair and smothered herself in supposedly firming body lotion, she stood in her underwear with her hands on her hips in front of her wardrobe. With both wardrobe doors wide open, she shook her head. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd thought about what to wear unless it was for work or a school event. And the nearest Nigel had ever come to taking her out on a date night was when he'd realised that she hadn't done anything for dinner and asked if she wanted to walk down the pub. She pushed her clothes from right to left, flicking through. She certainly wasn't lacking in well-cut, beautifully made work blazers. She could probably also start a shop in equally well-cut gardening shirts, but pretending not to be bothered about her dinner guest. That was an ask and a half. By the time Pip came down, she was hot and bothered. So much for the carefully applied highlighter on the top of her cheekbones. It was now topped with its own naturally produced shine. Taking note of the time, she quickly went around lighting candles until the whole place was flickering. As she poured herself a glass of wine and topped it up with lemonade, she smiled. The kitchen smelled and looked warm, cosy and inviting. Just right for a dinner guest who gave her the tingles. With the minestrone sitting happily on the Aga, filling the house with an irresistible aroma, the table set and ready to go, and the candlelight casting a warm glow across the room, Pip felt quite pleased with herself indeed. Just as she was putting bread in the Aga to warm, there was a quiet tapping on the door. She went to it and pulled it open. The tingles went ballistic. "Hi," she breathed as she looked at Adam. "Come in." "Hi, what are you cooking?" I could smell it from Luke's house. It was wafting down the road. "Minestrone. Loads of garlic. Time-perfected recipe." "Drink?" Pip said, trying to sound as casual as she could and pointing to the table for him to sit down. Adam held up a 6-pack of beers and a bottle of wine. "I brought supplies this time." "Oh, no need. I think you've done enough already." Pip chuckled. They chatted as she opened a beer and topped up her wine. About 10 minutes later, her dad bustled through the door. "Evening," he called out, and then he stopped when he entered, frowned, shook his head and looked around. "Wow, it's looking lovely here." Pip brushed off what he'd said. "Is it?" "Just a few candles, Dad." Her dad kissed her on the cheek and frowned. We don't usually get candles and the fancy tablecloth. What's the occasion? Ooh, you smell nice too. You're normally in your yard shirts when we have dinner, Hugh bantered, knowing exactly what he was doing. Hugh turned to Adam and held out his hand. Hi, I'm Hugh, Pip's dad. How are you? Adam jumped up and shook Hugh's hand. Adam, yes, very well, thanks. After Hugh had helped himself to a beer, they all chatted, and Pip put the minestrone pot into the middle of the table. Taking the bread out of the agar, she put it on a breadboard and added it beside the pot. Adam nodded enthusiastically. It smells amazing. It's just what I needed. Pip's dad chuckled. Ah, me too. Good job I've got Pip around, or I'd be living on baked beans. I can't even make those properly. Adam reciprocated with a laugh. Me too. Pip smiled as she took the lid off the soup. This will warm the cockles. Hugh sighed. One of my faves. Have to love a hearty soup at the end of the day. As they tucked in, the conversation flowed effortlessly. This is delicious, Hugh said between spoonfuls. It's just like the minestrone we had in Tuscany last summer. You're good at some things, Pip, Hugh bantered. Adam nodded in agreement. Yeah, this is my kind of comfort food. Perfect for an evening like this. As they finished their soup, Pip began to relax. The wine flowed freely. She put cheese and biscuits on the table, and the conversation became more animated. So, Adam, tell us more about yourself, Pip's dad asked, taking a generous sip of his wine. I'm in finance, Adam replied, leaning back in his chair. It's not really that interesting. Right, Hugh nodded. But you're a man who knows his way around a toolbox, or so I've heard. The barn roof is looking great. We're lucky to have you. How does all that work then? You're in finance, but you're handy too. Adam grinned. My parents flipped houses for a living before it was a thing. We moved a lot. I had a hammer in my hand from when I was about 2 years old. I see. Makes sense. I'm staying down here at Luke's place for a change of scenery, but I was bored out of my mind. So, yeah, it's been great to work on something different for a change. And the views are unbeatable. You were bored up here in the sticks, were you? Hugh asked with a chuckle. Yes, I don't like to sit idle. Adam laughed. No, same here, Hugh agreed, and then pointed to his knees. These days, my knees make me slow down, and there are no ladders for me either. Good job you've got me here then, Adam replied. That roof wasn't too much of a big job, but it did require a ladder. Yeah, those days are in the past for me, Hugh said and leant forward onto the table, his body language changing slightly. So, you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart, are you? Adam didn't miss a beat and winked. I'm doing it so I don't starve, and to keep me active. Yep. Right, I see. It's great to have someone to help out, isn't it, Dad? Pip butted in. Yes, great, Hugh replied with a twinkle in his eye. Very nice. Pip pushed out her chair and motioned towards the kettle. Anyone for a coffee? Pip smiled as she started to make the coffee. She was having such a nice time. From her side of the table, Adam was looking better and better by the second. All she could think about was that she never, ever, ever wanted it to end. Chapter 11. The next morning, Pip was up, showered, in her work clothes, and out very early for a breakfast meeting with her boss. She'd hit a big target, and everything was going well, and she felt strangely peaceful and very accomplished as she made her way back to the hills. On the drive back, she was scooting along the motorway when a call came through and, glancing at the screen, seeing it was Nigel, she pressed the button and waited. She was collecting the girls from school and then ferrying them to a sleepover. No doubt this was one of Nigel's calls, where he informed her of what a wonderful, doting dad he'd been for the week. The same week where he'd send them home with a ton of dirty clothes, homework not completed, and only half of their school uniform intact. As soon as Nigel spoke, Pip's peaceful state after her successful work meeting was shattered. She felt her heart rate quicken and her body tense up just at the sound of him. She tried to keep her voice steady and chirpy as she spoke. "Hi," she said, her eyes fixed on the bumper of a lorry in front of her. She forced herself to smile, even though he couldn't see her face. It helped to keep her civil, which she needed to do for the sake of her girls. "Hello." Nigel's tone sounded friendly, but Pip knew better than to trust him. And when he was sounding as he did, it normally meant that he was going in for the kill on something nasty. She could read his same old, manipulative tendencies a mile off. "I just wanted to check on you, and that everything was okay for collecting the girls this afternoon." Pip didn't believe a word of it. She knew that Nigel only cared about himself and that he was up to something. He never called her to check that she was okay, and she'd already texted him about the girls that afternoon. "I'm fine, thank you," Pip replied somewhat curtly. "Is there a problem?" "Was everything good with them this morning?" No problems at all. I was just calling to have a bit of a catch-up." "Yeah, sure you were," Pip thought. "Right, okay. Did they have a nice week?" "They seemed fine when I spoke to them," Pip replied, her eyes fixed on the bumper in front of her. "Yep, they had a great time with me, as usual," Nigel said. "They were a bit tired at times, but they had fun, as ever. As you know, I always like to keep them active. And we did a few extra things, you know what I'm like." Pip had to stop herself from laughing out loud. She was the one who sorted out all their activities and made sure everything ran like clockwork where the girls were concerned. Nigel mostly ferried them around to things she'd organised, and then let them have far too much screen time when he actually had to care for them. She ignored his delusions and kept her voice friendly. "That's great to hear. What did you do?" "Neither of them said anything when I spoke to them." "Well, they had a couple of play dates," Nigel replied. "We went down to the beach for a paddle even though the water was freezing and out to eat. I also took them to the library." Pip rolled her eyes. He wanted a medal for taking them to the library. Pah. She stuck her tongue out and rolled her eyes, but attempted to inject some cheeriness into her voice. "Wow, that sounds great," Pip said. "How was the school week?" "Fine," Nigel replied. "Is their homework up to date?" Pip asked, unable to resist ruffling Nigel's feathers. She was positive the answer would be no. "Yeah, there was a science thing which was a bit tricky, but yeah, everything is good," Nigel answered. Pip was taken aback. She usually had to spend time catching up after Nigel's week with the girls and cajoling them into finishing their homework properly. Now she was sure he was up to something. "Okay, great. Thanks for doing that." "There are a couple of birthday party invites in their stuff too. Paper copies to go with the emails." "No worries," Pip replied. "I'll sort out the replies." "They're looking forward to the parties." "I bet. Right. Well, thanks for the, call. It sounds like they had a great week," Pip remarked, wanting to get Nigel off the phone. Nigel agreed. "Yeah, as they usually do with me." "You know how much they get out of it." Pip rolled her eyes again at Dad of the Year coming out of her car speakers. Was about all she could muster in response. "I'll see you next week then." "Oh, there was another thing." Here we go, Pip thought. The real reason for the call. Nigel continued, saying only 2 words. "The house." Then there was silence on the other end of the line. Pip waited, and when he didn't say anything further, she said, "Yep." "What about it?" "You said you've had Shane around. What's the next bit on that? I need to get sorted," Nigel stated. "You know what's going on," Pip said, her voice low. "You also felt the need to tell the whole pub that I'm selling the house." "I mentioned it to Gareth, that was all," Nigel replied, his voice sounding like a growl. Pip wanted to scream, but she kept herself in check, remembering that she needed to stick to her game plan. Nigel was getting the money from the paddock and only that. Shane has said that he has a buyer for the paddock, which means you can get your money. You didn't say that, Nigel said, his tone incredulous. How much is that going to give me? I wanted half. Remember, there's the mortgage on it Dad took out, Pip said, keeping her voice even. It will work out much better for everyone involved if the paddock is sold off. Remember, we weren't married so officially. Pip felt her blood pressure rising. Also, I'd really appreciate it if you don't mention it to anyone. I don't want the girls upset. The paddock should be enough to pay you off. I'll speak to the solicitor. And how long will that take? Nigel asked bluntly. I'm not sure, Pip said, but I'll get it done as soon as I can. I'll need to check it over and talk to my solicitor, but thanks, Nigel said. Don't thank me. I didn't do it for your sake, Pip said. I just want this sorted so that the girls and I can settle. Of course, it's all about you and the girls. Yes, you've said that before already, Pip said, noting Nigel's sarcasm. Look, Nigel, I don't want to argue with you. I think it's time we put an end to this conversation. Yes, I think so too, Nigel said, his voice peppered with anger. Goodbye, Nigel, Pip said, her voice cold and unyielding. I'll see you next week. Nigel didn't even bother to say goodbye, and as the call disconnected, Pip felt both anger in the pit of her stomach and a weight lift from her shoulders. She'd had enough of him and his scheming. She had done her best to try and keep him from getting his hands on her money, and now it was time to get the paddock sold. It was time for her to move on with a little jar of delight and with her life. As she pulled off the motorway and onto the back roads towards the hills, she opened her windows and the wind blew through her hair as she drove. Slowing down in the lane, she pulled into the verge and looked over at the paddock. Staring at it, she felt a strange sense of peace come over her. The sooner it was done and dusted, the better. The paddock was her way of finally getting rid of Nigel. Once it was sold, and, apart from his involvement with parenting the girls, he would finally be out of her hair. She got out of the car, leant on the gate, and gazed over at the lush paddock full of grasses and wildflowers. Remembering how hard her dad and the generations of her family before him had worked, Pip felt tears prick at the sides of her eyes at the thought of how stupid she had ever been to fall for Nigel. She had to keep in mind that she had the girls, and that once the paddock was sold, he would be mostly out of her life. She nodded to herself as she took a few steps back to her car. The quicker she sorted it, the better. When she arrived home, she was just getting out of her car, gathering her bag, when Adam came around from the side gate. He was not looking bad. Pip smiled and tingled. Hi, how are you? Good. How was the drive? Not too bad, thanks. And the meetings? Adam asked, seemingly genuinely interested. Yeah, always good when you've just hit a target. Pip laughed. Sounds good to me. Pip nodded towards the house. How are you getting on? Great. The roof is finished. Wow, really? You didn't hang around. Gosh, thanks. I'm so grateful. And the fairy lights are ready to go up too. Fabulous. I'd better get my skates on with clearing up the glass house then. I've already got half the Twilight event sold. I can't actually quite believe it myself. Adam's eyes widened. That was quick. Yeah, you better get on with it in there then. Pip nodded. I told Betty at the corner shop about it, and she's worked her magic by the looks of it. Wow, I like the way things work around here. Yeah, it's great, but it means I really need to crack on this afternoon. I'll give you a hand if you like. I'm just popping back to the house for a few hours for a couple of work calls. No, it's fine, Pip said. I'm going to get out there now. I need to think about the outdoor bit too. It's all very well putting on an event saying you'll be sitting out in the evening air, but I suddenly had a thought that it might be quite chilly. Yeah, true. How about some outdoor heaters? Pip grimaced. They look horrible. I suppose I could get a couple of those ones that sit up on the wall. I don't know. I was thinking along the lines of a fire pit or something like that. They get quite smoky, though. Adam nodded in agreement. They do, the same as a bonfire. They leave you stinky and gross. I don't want that as a memory of my evening. Pip chuckled. Not the thing I was going for. No, Adam agreed. You need a chimney. The chimney sorts the smoke problem, but you still get the warmth. That could work, Pip agreed. They'd sit quite nicely in that outdoor space outside the glass house. Yeah, good idea, they would actually. I'll get on it. Yep, okay, I'll see you later then, Adam said, not sure how long I'll be, but I'll be back. Pip smiled. Oh, by the way, there's chicken in white wine for you this evening. I'll pop it in a Tupperware so you can take it back with you. Adam smiled. Music to my ears. If it's anything like the minestrone, I'll be laughing. Pip swallowed as she watched him walk away. He wasn't the only one with music in his ears. Chapter 12. Once Pip had changed out of her work clothes, she put Nigel out of her mind and concentrated on much more pressing things, like a little jar of delight. Sitting at the kitchen table, she opened the back end of her website and rechecked the Twilight Evening event, and her chin dropped. She'd just told Adam she'd sold half the tickets, but now that had changed. The event was 2 away from being completely sold out. It must have been Betty's doing at the corner shop. She shook her head over and over again. That was all well and good, but as it stood from her end of the bargain, she had a messy glass house and an outdoor area without heat, or for that matter, a lot going for it. After making a cup of tea, she didn't have too much time to waste mulling it over. She needed to get on with the job at hand. Striding purposely towards the barn and the glass house, she clenched her hands into fists, determined to get on. In the glow of the afternoon sun, and wondering how long it would take to get the glass house sorted, Pip stepped inside and immediately noticed the mess was not quite as bad as she'd initially thought. She stood in silence and began to survey the task. Everywhere she looked, there were bits and pieces needing to be tidied up, forgotten garden tools, chipped and cracked ceramic planters, and dummy-run terrariums. Layers of cobwebs graced the corners. Old leaves bristled in the breeze, and sprouting up through the mossy block paving, weeds had found their way to the light. A musty, earthy smell filled the air, and with the sun on the panes, the temperature was a few degrees warmer than outside. Despite the untidiness, Pip loved the smell and warmth of the little lean-to Victorian glasshouse, and the feel of it all, as it wrapped her in its untidy but lovely ambience. It was somehow spacious and cosy at the same time, and filled to the brim with a variety of plants, all of which made her heart sing. From cacti and succulents to delicate ferns, they were all jumbled together in a mess of pots and trays every which way she looked. Hanging from the ceiling, a glut of wicker baskets and hanging pots were filled with trailing plants, and on the wall to the barn, shelves of glass jars and vases were rammed full of dried flowers and herbs. Light streamed through the panes, falling onto scattered junk that had accumulated over time and lay forgotten in the corners. As Pip began to tidy up, the sight of the old tools brought a flood of memories to her mind as she collected things together. Memories of being in the corner, playing while her mum worked, and the lessons she'd unconsciously picked up about gardening and nature ran through her mind. For a moment, Pip was misplaced in the past, and she sighed at her mum's dementia and having to move her to a home. It all seemed so sad and unfair. Lost for a minute in a world of her own when she came to and was faced with the reality of the job at hand, she was overwhelmed. For a split second, panic was her new best friend. Why had she put herself under so much pressure and pressed publish on the Twilight Evening? Now the event was nearly sold out, the date was looming, and she was nowhere near ready. So much for a magical event. Right now, it was looking like a downright mess. Sipping her tea, she took a deep breath, tried to regroup, and worked out a rough plan in her head. She nodded to herself and told herself that slow and steady wins the race. She would begin by tackling the clutter and then move on from there. The mess hopefully looked a lot worse than it actually was. Putting her tea down, she set to work gathering pieces of broken flower pots and discarded soil bags. She carefully moved empty jars and bottles to the shelves and started to clear up the clutter on the long timber workbench. She quickly sorted and tidied the various tools scattered around. A pair of beautiful old antique gardening shears, a timber-handled trowel and its matching fork, many stacks of weathered terracotta pots, and an assortment of other gardening equipment gathered over time. She tidied up bottle after bottle of fertilizer, sorted watering cans, and lined up in neat rows balls of gardening twine. Much quicker than she had first thought it would take, the glass house took shape. After working at a fast pace, she then stood with her hands on her hips, looking up at the roof, congealed with dirt on the inside. Covered with grime together with layers of moss and lichen, it was going to need a good clean. Deciding it was now or never, she made her way over to the shed, dragged the jet wash back towards the glass house, hooked it up to the water, plugged it in, and stood pointing the jet at the glass. Pressing the button, the water powered out, and she watched as years of grime and dust satisfyingly blasted from the panes. As she worked her way from the centre and down the panes, the rhythmic washing almost lulled her into a decompressed state, as she thought about how the twilight event would run. Once the place was zapped with the jet wash, Pip couldn't quite believe her eyes. Before, the lean-to building had been full of potential, at the same time as very untidy and exceptionally overwhelming. Now, with just a few hours' work, it was completely different and full of the charm she remembered from days gone by. Tidier, decluttered, and jet-washed, it was lovely. Now, she could see the wood for the trees. She knew that, with sparkly lights and a few more hours of elbow grease, it would hold the twilight event more than well. All she needed were the lights, things to sit on, and a load more healthy plants. And she knew a man who could help with the lights. A very nice man, one she would quite possibly like to kiss again. A few hours later, after doing the school run, and dropping her girls at a sleepover and with her limbs feeling as if they might give way at any second, the outdoor area was also tidy and looking good. Exhausted but happy, her work showed. She'd hacked down overgrown wisteria going over the glass house, swept the terrace, brushed the cobwebs from the benches, and there wasn't a dead leaf or stray weed to be seen. As she stood squinting at the outside area, she tried to think about what was missing, and what else she needed for her twilight event to run smoothly. She'd need the chairs from the orchard shed, a trestle table to hold supplies, and, as she'd already noted, the place needed to be warm and lit. Just as she was thinking about how she'd like the lights to look, she heard a car engine on the drive. Peering around the corner, she frowned at a car. Then she saw Adam get out of the driver's door and realised it was the car Luke, her neighbour, hardly ever drove and mostly kept in the garage. Adam strolled over with an interested, pleased to see her look on his face. "How are you getting on?" Pip was certain that she was more pleased to see him than he was to see her. "Pah, I've not stopped. It's looking better already, thank goodness. When I first walked in there, I panicked," Pip said as she led Adam around to the back of the house, pointing over towards the glass house at the same time. Approaching the covered area, Adam's eyebrows flew to the top of his head. "You didn't mess around. Blimey, you must have been going some." Pip chuckled. "I worked like crazy. When I first stepped in there, I was cursing myself for even thinking about putting the evening event on. Nothing like a deadline to put the wind up you. Now, I can see that I might just get it done in time." Adam nodded. "Yeah, good job. I have something that might make you happy in the back of the car. Pip frowned. Oh, really? What? Adam held his hand up. Hold that thought. I'll be back. 5 minutes later, he appeared around the side of the house with a bulky mass covered in bubble wrap in his arms. Pip frowned. What in the name? Adam carefully placed it down and started to unwrap the bubble wrap to reveal a white clay chimenea. Pip's hands flew to her mouth. Oh my, where did you get that? It's just the sort of look I was going for. It's so nice. I thought the same. There's another one in the back, Adam said, jerking his thumb towards the driveway. How much do I owe you? Pip questioned. Adam shook his head. We'll sort it out later. It's like it's made for the space, Pip noted excitedly. So nice. Yup. Adam fiddled with the chimenea's lid and suggested they position it at the centre back with the chairs gathered around it. Pip nodded in agreement, already envisioning the cosy atmosphere it would create for the workshop. Adam patted the top of the chimenea. Just imagine this lit and the lights on. Your workshop people will love it, I imagine. And the glowworms will make an appearance, hopefully. I didn't know that was part of the equation, Adam said, frowning. Yes, they're a pretty beach and hills phenomenon. We don't publicise it, but it's amazing if they decide to grace us with their presence. At this time of year, who knows what might happen? Sounds good. So, what with those and the chimeneas, it will be lovely. It will. I'm so glad I pushed on with this now, Pip exclaimed. Thank you. I'll go and get the other one, Adam said. As they worked together to move the chimeneas into place, Pip felt a sense of achievement wash over her as the space began to take form. This was what she loved about her new business, and why she was good at it, creating beautiful spaces and experiences in and around nature. She felt grateful for Adam's help, knowing that it would have been a lot bigger deal to do it on her own. Wow, these really do make it, Pip gushed and clapped her hands together. Adam chuckled. I thought they would add a nice touch to the ambience too. And that's not all, he said, gesturing back to the car. You know the missing bit on the flue we spoke about? I am now in possession of one. I'll have the wood-burning stove in the barn up and running in no time. Pip's eyes widened in amazement. I can't believe it. Adam nodded, looking pleased with himself. Just call me a magician. Pip grinned, feeling grateful for his help. He was certainly working his magic on her. The tingles were telling her that. You're more than a magician. You're a lifesaver. I couldn't have done this without you. Thank you so much. No worries. Pip suddenly blurted out, How about we give them a test run later? Emma's coming over and it might be nice to sit out here. What do you reckon? Works for me, Adam replied without missing a beat. Pip's heart, however, did miss a beat. She nodded towards the house. I've got kindling and smokeless wood up there in the wood shelter by the back door. I'll get them set up and ready. Adam dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Nah, all good. I'll sort them out and I'll stroll down later to light them. Pip smiled. That most definitely suited her. Later that evening, Pip and Adam were sitting around the chimeneas. The fires crackled inside, and a warm glow from the flames cast a cosy atmosphere over the courtyard. Just as Pip was pouring a glass of wine, Emma strolled around the side path. As she got close to them, she called out and then stopped in her tracks. She looked around, appearing impressed. Hello! Wow, Pip! This space is incredible! I can't believe how much you've done in such a short time. Pip beamed with pride. It was a lot of work. I'm well pleased with how it's going. I'll do all the finishing touches in the next week or so. Adam chimed in. It's great. Emma chuckled and smiled at Adam. I hear you've also been working hard. I have, Adam laughed. Better than being bored. Pip gestured to the flames. How about these chimeneas? Adam got them from the garden centre in Newport Reef. What do you think? Emma nodded enthusiastically. They're great. Just what you needed. Pip pointed towards the barn. He's also managed to find the missing part for the flue in the barn. Emma raised her eyebrows and turned to Adam. Goodness, you have done well. How did you manage that? Adam shrugged. I have my ways, he said with a grin. Emma laughed. He's a man of mystery, Pip. Pip rolled her eyes and chuckled. He was definitely more than that to her. She was, in fact, scared at how much she liked him being in her life. It was all so easy and delicious. She turned to Adam as she poured Emma a drink. Seriously, Adam, thank you so much. I couldn't have done this without you. She tried to sound and appear casual without gushing, as if random men worked for her every day of the week. Adam shook his head. Don't mention it. Emma sat down and then leaned back in her chair and sighed contentedly. This is so nice. I could stay here all night. All the stars are out. Pip raised an eyebrow. With the heat coming from this, we can do just that if we fancy it. These are game changers. The girls are on a sleepover too, so we're all good there. Emma chuckled. I should say so. We should do this more often. It's nice to have a night off from work and just relax. All we need now is some luck and the glowworms to make an appearance. Ah, we'd be lucky, Pip said. Emma sipped her drink. I need this. Time to recharge the batteries. Adam nodded in agreement. Definitely. And that's precisely why I'm here. To recharge from work. Emma smiled and side-eyed. It looks to me like there's been a lot of work going on for you and not a whole lot of recharging. Ah, Adam said, tapping his temple. But it's keeping the old noddle occupied and away from the mental workload, which I was told was what I needed. As they sat there, enjoying the warmth of the fire and each other's company, Pip was filled with gratitude at what was occurring right before her eyes. She was grateful for her house, grateful for the beautiful space she had created, grateful for Emma, but mostly grateful for Adam's help. Not just his help. His, everything. He'd walked slap bang into her life, and she was loving absolutely every second of it. When Adam got up to go to the loo, Pip leaned over and lowered her voice. Can you believe Nigel had the nerve to phone me about the house? Emma sighed and took a sip of her drink. I can believe it, actually. The cheek of him. Who does he think he is? What did he say? Shame he's the father to your girls, and you have to find a way to coexist with him. Pip shook her head. He made out he was calling to see if I was okay, but basically he was finding out about his money. I just can't stand the way he treats this place, as if he's owed something. It really gets my goat. Emma nodded sympathetically. Slimeball, he can't take the house away from you. You just have to keep that in mind. Pip knew Emma was right, but Nigel still irritated the heck out of her, and that was putting it politely. She looked in at the glass house and back at the house. The thought of Nigel trying to take any of it away from her made her even more determined to make sure he didn't. Yeah, I just need to get past this and get the paddock money and he'll be toast. Not out of sight, but he will be out of my hair, so to speak. Emma smiled back and joked, then we can get a bounty on his head and get the money back. Pip laughed. Don't tempt me. Emma lowered her voice and jerked her thumb towards Adam's chair. What about him? What about him? Pip repeated back, trying to sound casual. He's nice, and he clearly has the hots for you. Don't be ridiculous, Pip exclaimed, wishing to high heaven that it was true. One thing wasn't in doubt. She had the hots for him. She was more or less permanently on fire. Come on, who goes and buys chimeneas and makes all this effort? Emma said. No way. It's not like that. Yes, way. Honestly, it's nothing, Pip said, and as they heard Adam coming back, she shook her head at Emma, but inside she was hoping it was far from nothing. As she considered what Emma had said, she knew she wouldn't mind if Adam had the hots for her. Not at all. A couple of hours later, Emma had sloped off home. The evening air had grown chilly, and the warmth from the 2 white chimeneas was divine. The fairy lights twinkled in the inky darkness, and a light breeze rustled the leaves. Pip had made hot chocolate, and she and Adam were sitting around the crackling fires, their hands wrapped around the mugs, gazing into the shimmering flames. A warm orange glow flickered off their faces, and the night was thick with the scent of burning wood and the damp, earthy smell of the garden. As they chatted, the sound of their voices mingled with an occasional hoot of an owl, and Pip felt so relaxed and content, she almost felt as if she was dreaming. She also tingled from head to toe. The warmth of the fire, the comforting hot chocolate, the soft glow of the fairy lights, and Adam had created a strange magical atmosphere. As she leaned back in her chair, she couldn't stop thinking about the kiss down at the stream and how she desperately wanted to repeat it. She pulled the tartan rug on her lap up further and listened as Adam told her about one of his clients at work. As the flames in the chimenea danced and flickered, sparks flew up into the sky, disappearing into the darkness, and Pip felt as if she could listen to Adam all day. She took a sip of her hot chocolate, and a contented sigh escaped her lips as she inhaled the scent of the burning wood mixed with the crisp evening air. As she turned to glance at Adam, she swallowed. If it was at all possible, he was getting more attractive. His chiseled features looked better by the minute. As she looked at him, her heart rate quickened and her stomach churned with nervous anticipation. She really wanted to act as she had before, on impulse. But this time, it didn't seem quite as straightforward. She could quite happily snuggle up under the blanket with him and forget about everything else, but there was a tension in her stopping her from doing much at all. Since Nigel, she'd sworn she'd never welcome another man into her life, and here she was, more or less drooling over one. It was a mind-boggling mush of delicious and ridiculous all in one. Just as she was wondering what was going to happen and was gazing into the fire, Adam leaned over and put his hand on her leg. A wave of buzzy tingles zipped through her body. Pip took another sip of her hot chocolate, feeling the warmth spread as Adam squeezed her leg lightly. "You okay?" "Lost in thought," Adam said. Pip didn't hesitate before she spoke and heard herself telling Adam about Nigel. Nothing really. If I'm honest, I was just thinking about my ex, actually. I'll have to fill you in about him. Well, how can I say? He's tried to get the house, but I've put paid to that." "I'm all ears." Pip shook her head. No, I shouldn't have even mentioned him. Sorry. Actually, I'd rather not talk about him. I don't want to ruin this." Adam's hand tightened on her leg, and Pip felt a rush of pleasure. She leaned in closer to him, and he put his arm around her. The warmth of his body against hers made her feel safe and secure. They sat in silence for a few moments. Pip was afraid to move and barely able to breathe. Sitting by the fire with Adam felt so good. She didn't want to do anything that might break the spell. She drank it all in as she sat rooted to the spot. The dark sky, the warmth of the fire, the sound of the hills, and Adam's hand on her leg. All of it, utterly divine. All of it. Something she never wanted to go away. Chapter 13. It was the day of the twilight event, and Pip waved as Nigel's car pulled away from the driveway. As always, she was filled with a bittersweet feeling when the girls were away for the week with Nigel. The week-long co-parenting situation had come about because of Nigel's shift work, which had good sides and bad sides. The good side was that she relished and almost looked forward to the peace and quiet. The bad side was mum guilt in spades. She watched as the car went down the lane until she couldn't see them waving any longer. Then she turned around and marched back into the house. Time to get her work head on and get everything sorted. It had been a manic few days, some of which Pip had wondered why she had ever even thought about setting up a terrarium business on top of her job and actual life. Because Pip never did anything by halves. She had pumped all her energy into preparing for the first Twilight event, determined that everything would be perfect. Part of her wished she wasn't quite as much of a perfectionist, but it was the very reason she was exceptional at her job and good at her business. Adam's help had been invaluable, but it was her continued grafting and attention to detail that had elevated the setting, the quality of the materials, and the refreshments to pro level. She'd worked tirelessly into the early hours on all the little behind-the-scenes details to create the reality of the vision in her mind. Now, it was all coming true. With the glasshouse doors pinned back, she shook her head at its makeover and how well she'd done in a short time. The untidy, plant-filled place she'd started with was now shipshape. Beautiful plants spilt out from every surface. There wasn't a weed in sight, and the roof now displayed beautiful hanging baskets trailing with greenery. With her iPad in hand, she went through the barn and checked each of the attendees' workstations. All of it was not only ready and in place, but outstanding. Each setting was perfectly made up and ready to go. Hand-blown glass-corked jars, compost, packets of stones, activated charcoal, decorative pebbles, and a selection of plants and moss. All of it lined up beautifully, ready and waiting for the guests to make their own terrariums. In the middle of the old trestle tables, vintage water bottles and glasses were ready, and gigantic vases full of cherry blossom branches from the orchards nearly reached the ceiling. With a smile, she checked over her demonstration section and strolled along by the old vintage water troughs, now with their new life as sinks. It all looked perfect. Heading back out to the glass house, she flicked on the fairy lights to double-check they worked and nodded to herself as they twinkled and glittered in swathes above. She then peered outside to the courtyard. Antique outdoor chairs clustered around the white clay chimeneas. Beautiful tartan blankets were folded neatly onto the backs of the chairs. Lanterns hung from the trees, and hurricane lamps were ready and waiting to be turned on. As she fussed and prepared, Pip's mind raced about the event. It was far from her first time, but she was always filled with nerves. Not that she needed to be. The events were always a rip-roaring success. Her natural passion for terrariums always shone through, and preparation meant that they had always gone without a hitch, but she was always wary that someone would be disappointed. They never were. Despite her tiredness from working on her actual job, looking after the girls, thinking about Adam, and running a house, as Pip bustled around, she was pretty much over the moon with how her hard work had panned out. The vision in her head of a muddle of plants, surrounded by glass, candlelight, hanging greenery, old vintage tables, lanterns, twinkling lights, and the warmth of outdoor fires had come to life right in front of her eyes. It had been a labour of love on a bit of a wing and a prayer, but as she finally realised that everything was ready, she actually felt proud of herself. She'd worked her behind off to make the glass house a sanctuary, and the outdoor area a place where the attendees could connect with the magic of the nighttime hills. Now it had all come to fruition. All she needed was a glowworm or two. On that count, she wouldn't be holding her breath. Adjusting the lanterns and making final touches here and there, she nodded to herself. There wasn't a whole lot more she could do. As she was standing by the trough scanning through the playlist, she heard the gate go and her dad coming over from next door. He bustled in with a huge box in his arms. "How are you?" he asked as he looked around. "By the looks of this, you're more or less done. Good work. Did the girls get off okay?" "Yep, they were fine." "Nigel behaved himself?" "He did." Pip gestured around at the barn and the glass house. Lights are up, chimeneas are in place, blankets are clean and folded, and the fridge is brimming with wine and refreshments. What else? Her dad raised his eyebrows and held up the box. These are from Holly. Ah, yes, the bunting. The last piece of the puzzle. I've been told to guard it with my life, Hugh joked. Oh, gosh, don't say that, Pip chuckled. Hugh opened the box and pulled out gorgeous handmade pastel bunting. Clemmy made it especially for you. Pip's hands flew to her mouth. Ooh, it's lovely. Did Pretty Beach Council have to have a meeting about this? She joked. Hugh rolled his eyes. Probably. Holly did say not to even think about letting it out of your sight. Haha. Okay, I will get to work on that then. It's going under the pergola there, and once that's done, I should be done and dusted, Pip said as she peeked into the box. Holly said Clemmy had put something special in there. Pip looked up with eyes wide at one of the flags embroidered with a jam jar full of ferns and greenery. Wow, she's so clever. Look at that. There's a jar on it. Hugh squinted. Ah, yes, that's lovely. My very own pretty beach. A little jar of delight bunting, Pip chuckled. I now know I've made it in the world. Pip had wobbled around on a stepladder for ages, stringing up the many lines of Clemmy's regulation pastel bunting. She gave a little nod of satisfaction as she folded the ladder together and looked up. Just like everything else about the workshop, it was beautiful and classy, and the icing on the cake, all of it now worked together to create the look she'd been after. The soft, muted tones, the gold flickering from the lanterns, the creamy whites of the trestle table, gorgeous vintage things and fairy lights. It was far from shabby. She did a sweep of the place and checked the refreshments. A whole brie from the local dairy, beautifully ripe, hand-baked rye and charcoal sourdough crackers, and cranberry and pumpkin seed flatbread. And as her plants and supplies, all of it handmade and locally produced in the area. All of it locals only. All of it divine. Pip was well pleased with herself, and as she made her way back inside, she had a quick video call with her girls, showered, blow-dried her hair, and put on her A Little Jar of Delight uniform. After she'd pulled on her branded navy blue polo shirt and spritzed herself with perfume, she scooted downstairs. Just as she was crossing through the snug and making her way to the kitchen, she smiled as Emma came in through the back door. Kissing Pip on the cheek, Emma peered out the window down towards the glass house and outdoor area. I knew it, she exclaimed. I knew you'd pull this off. What do you mean? Emma's eyes widened dramatically. Oh, come on. Only you could make it look like that. It looks like some kind of magical setting for a wedding or a film or something. It needs to. People are paying me a lot of money to come to this event. Everything has to be thought about and organised to the hilt. I would hate to disappoint anyone. You know me, I don't do things lightly. Which is why your business is working. Wow, just wow. Gosh, you must have been working all night. Pip nodded. I have been working all hours, yes. There was a rapping on the back door, and Betty from the corner shop and her brother Pete, known locally as Suntanned Pete, came through the door. Oi, oi, looks like Pip's been working hard. Pete chuckled as his huge frame seemed to fill every inch of the room. Need any help? Pip narrowed her eyes. I don't think there is a single thing left to do except, of course, to get yourself a drink and go and have a seat. If you can magic our glowworms to make an appearance, I'd be grateful. Everything is set up out there and ready to go. I might get you to light the fires now, Pete, so they're nice and warm for later, Pip said. The matches are out there on the trestle table. Right you are. I'll get that sorted. Pete nodded. Betty smiled. The grapevine says that you have a waiting list for this evening. I know, Pip replied. Can you believe it? Who knew my little events would be the talk of the town? Betty lowered her voice. I hear we have one of the queens herself in residence. Pip laughed. Yeah, Shen is coming. She spoke to Dad about it at bridge. I take it she's an honorary guest. Of course. Dad told her to just come along. There was no way he was going to tell her all the tickets had sold out. His life wouldn't have been worth living. Or mine, for that matter. No, definitely not, Betty replied. Nup. Well, at least you know she'll bring her own alcohol, Betty bantered. That she will indeed. As long as she doesn't offer it to any of the other guests, it works for me. I don't want anyone poisoned on my watch. Ha ha, too funny. Emma chuckled. Right, let's get outside. I just hope everything goes well, Pip said. I'm always nervous before these events. You lot should keep everyone in line, though. Emma lowered her voice. How was Nigel when he came to collect the girls? Anything else from him? Nope. He was surprisingly quiet. The up-and-coming sale of the paddock seems to have worked to keep him from whining. Good. About time, too. Yeah, the less we speak about him, the better. Yep. And what about the other one? Emma said, inclining her head backwards. Sorry. Who? Pip frowned, at the same time knowing exactly who Emma was referring to. Adam. Adam, she repeated, pretending she didn't understand. Yeah. What about him? Will he be here this evening? Pip feigned that she didn't care. She cared so much, it wasn't even funny. He will. Emma wrinkled up her nose. Excellent. How much longer is he staying at Luke's place? I'm not actually sure, Pip replied with a tone to her voice as if she wasn't bothered. She was bothered. She didn't even want to think about him not being around. She did, however, want to think about repeating the kiss and everything that went with it. She wanted to spend the rest of her life tingling from head to toe with him around, but that was all a silly pipe dream. She dismissed her thoughts and changed the subject. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Once, Pip was outside and, in the swing of it, at the back of her head, she was so busy that she didn't really dwell on anything but work. As people started to arrive and the light began to fade, she was so preoccupied making sure that everything ran smoothly that Adam wasn't top of her mind. Shen, from Pretty Beach, arrived and was sitting by the chimeneas with Hugh, drink in hand. Emma, Betty, and suntanned Pete were clustered on the other side, talking to a couple of other guests as the place filled up. After sorting out drinks, chatting to a woman who had arrived on her own, and getting ready to start her demonstration, Pip realised that in her peripheral vision she'd been constantly looking out for Adam's arrival. It hadn't happened. She couldn't deny she was disappointed, crestfallen even. This clearly was the beginning of the end. He would soon be going back and leaving the hills behind. Of course he would. Trying not to think about it, and just after she'd rounded up the chatting guests to sit down in the barn, she was popping back to the kitchen for some more glasses when her heart skipped a beat as she saw Adam. She raised her eyebrows in greeting as she saw him strolling towards the barn. In a navy blue, button-down shirt and jeans, he took her breath away, just as he had the first time when she'd seen him in the orchard. The tingling moved to cataclysmic levels. She couldn't stop her heart from galloping or her face from beaming. Hi. Evening. How's everything? So far, so good. Adam looked over towards the chimenea area. Everyone turned up safe and sound, did they? Yep, plus we got an extra one. One of Dad's friends from Bridge. I see. The lights are working okay? Adam asked. Not a problem with them or anything. Pip gestured over towards the barn. Thanks again for doing all of this for me. I really do appreciate it. It's turned out brilliantly. Adam touched her on the arm. No worries. I've enjoyed being here. He winked. I've been well fed. Pip felt as if an electric poker had seared her skin where his hand touched her arm. Yep, same. I've loved having you here. Before she realised what he was doing, Adam had kissed her quickly. Pip felt herself flush with pleasure. She blinked rapidly as she pulled away, and then flustered a bit. I'm just going to get a few more glasses. She waved her hand towards the barn. See you in there. At the end of the evening, with her feet stretched out in front of her, a gin and tonic in her hand, and a tartan blanket on her lap, Pip sat gazing into the flames in the chimney. Glowworms danced around her head as she sat in the post-event slump of happy tiredness, decompressing after a job done well. Her dad, Jeanne, and Emma had helped her clear up, and all of them were sitting with mugs of tea cupped in their hands, sitting around one of the chimeneas. Well, that went well, Emma noted. What a lovely evening. Yep, thanks for all your help, Pip said as she took a sip of her drink. You really are very good at it, Jeanne said. I'm in love with my new terrarium. Who knew I would love fiddling around with plants so much? Pip smiled. Thank you. I'm always quite tired after one of these. You don't realise how much it takes out of you, Pip said, secretly pleased that the last guest had wanted to get off fairly swiftly. Hugh leaned forward and tapped Pip on the leg. You worked hard to get this off the ground, and it showed here tonight. The glowworms making an appearance topped it all off quite nicely too. Jeanne laughed. I ordered them especially. Thanks, Pip said, pointing up to the barn roof. That was covered in tarpaulin just a short time ago, and now look at us. Jeanne nodded. It was lovely in there. Those water troughs are sensational. All of it is I could move in. Hugh raised his eyebrows. I should say so. All down to Adam, those were, weren't they, Pip? Pip swallowed and coughed a little bit. Just the recognition of Adam made her tingle. She really did need to get a grip on herself. It was as if, where Adam was concerned, someone had got hold of both her brain and her heart and given them a bit of a fuddle. Yep. Jeanne narrowed her eyes and frowned. So, how come he's staying at Luke's place? Hugh answered. He needed a break from work, apparently. He's one of Luke's old university mates. Jeanne raised her chin a bit and frowned. Right, so sorry. How come he ended up working here on the roof? Is he a handyman or something? Emma chuckled. He looks handy, Jeanne. Put it that way. Hugh shook his head. No, he's in finance. Yeah, investment banking, but his parents used to flip houses for a living, so he's been fixing stuff forever, Pip explained. Right, I see, Jeanne noted. So, what, you bumped into him in the pub or something? Emma interjected. No, Billy escaped again and then Adam ran into him on the bridleway. Adam clipped him with his bike. That's how it started. Jeanne frowned. I'm confused. How did that end up with him fixing the roof? Pip swallowed at the thought of Adam shirtless in the orchard. Billy ran into the orchard and I was coming home from the shop. And then I came to get Billy, Emma added. So if Billy wasn't quite as naughty, Adam would probably never have bumped into Pip. He's done a good job, Hugh said. He seems quite nice too. He winked. I noticed. Jeanne chuckled. Pip felt herself blush. It's nothing like that. Okay, Hugh exclaimed, rolling his eyes. Pip shook her head awkwardly. I don't know what you're talking about. Emma giggled as Hugh leant forward. It might have something to do with the 2 gigantic red love hearts in your eyes every single time he gets anywhere near you. Don't be ridiculous, Pip admonished, as if I have time for that. Nope, he was just helping out. Yeah, right, Emma side-eyed, and I just flew to the moon and back. When's Luke back? Jeanne asked. I've no idea, Pip replied. I didn't see him before he went this time. I wonder when Adam is going back, Emma asked. Has he mentioned a date to you? Pip shook her head and felt her heat sink. Now, with the roof fixed, the reality of him no longer being around hit her squarely between the eyes. There was no way she was letting on about her feelings, though. I've no idea. I don't know. Her mind flashed to when she'd first seen him in the orchard and how grumpy he'd been. She then thought about the stream, all their conversations, his hard work, and then the kiss. All of it amalgamated into a lovely squishy load of tingles. She didn't want to go away anytime soon. She thought about how much he'd helped with the barn and getting things ready for the event, and how it had helped get her out of a spot, how he'd cracked on with things at the same time as doing something to her heart. She sighed inside as she heard her dad telling Shan how Adam had fixed the roof and put the lights up. She really wasn't looking forward to Adam going back. She felt a little bit of her die inside as she realised she'd let herself hope all sorts of things that were simply not going to come true. Every little bit of her felt sad as she looked up at the night sky and watched the glowworms fade just as her light was fading too. Chapter 14. It had been a few weeks since the Twilight event, and Pip had been so busy with the girls and work that she hadn't had a chance to think about anything much at all. Adam was still around, but his days in the hills were numbered. She'd seen him loads and had let herself fall deeper. She'd met him for lunch, they'd been on a bike ride down to Pretty Beach, and they'd walked down to the village for a bite to eat in the pub more than once. With Luke's arrival back in the hills on the horizon, the date for Adam to go back to town was looming. Pip was not looking forward to it in the slightest. As she heaved open the gate to her dad's garden, she sighed at the thought of Adam going back to London. Calling out from the cottage door, she got an answer from the front garden, where she often found her dad standing leaning on the white picket fence chatting to Harry. "Morning, darling," Hugh called out. "How are you?" "Morning," Pip smiled. "Busy as usual." Hugh raised a mug in his right hand. "Tea's in the pot." "Thanks, just what I need." 2 minutes later, she was standing next to Hugh by the fence. Harry smiled. "How was your pub lunch last week?" Pip frowned. "What, pub lunch?" "Hear you were in the Golden Lion with someone." Harry winked. "This place! You can't move without someone knowing what you're up to," Pip said, rolling her eyes. "Bit of a love affair going on there, is there?" Harry chuckled. "Don't be ridiculous, Haz, not at all. I just popped down to the pub for lunch." "Not what I heard," Harry said, shaking his head. "We strolled down the pub in the middle of the day. Can I not do that with someone without it making the Hills news?" "Nope, it doesn't look like you can." Harry chuckled again and tipped his mug up to finish his tea. "When's he back off up to the big smoke, then?" Pip swallowed at the thought of Adam not being around anymore, hating how it made her feel. She blinked her eyelashes rapidly and shook her head in tiny, quick movements. I don't know. The last I heard, he was going up on the train for the day yesterday to see what was what." "Right you are." Harry paused for a bit and stroked his chin. "See, what with that train nowadays down at Pretty Beach, people can work uptown a couple of days a week." Pip frowned. "What are you talking about, Harry?" "Just, saying how it is." Harry smirked. Pip shut the conversation down. It was making her feel all sorts of uncomfortable. She didn't want to think about Adam going or not too much. She held her mug up and changed the subject. "Rightio. Thanks for the tea. I need to get my skates on." "What have you got on today?" Hugh asked. "An online meeting, a proposal to write, and a barn to set up for my next workshop. Plus, I have some kit orders and I need to sort out 2 fancy dress costumes for the girls." "No rest for the wicked," Harry laughed and then wagged his finger. "And you'll be telling that new fella how you feel before he goes off, won't you?" Pip shook her head and turned on her heel, completely ignoring what Harry had said. "See you 2 later." As she walked back to the house and checked her watch, Pip felt down in the dumps. Adam would soon be going back. She might never see him again for all she knew. Deciding that she had enough time before her meeting to walk on the bridle way to clear her head, she turned around, went through the orchard, and stepped over the stream until she got to the bridle way. Standing for a second, she paused and, rather than her usual left down towards the village and the coast, she went right, heading the other way, which might just take her past Luke's house. 5 or so minutes later, Pip's path had veered off away from the bridle way, down a public footpath, and she was now strolling along the lane in front of Luke's house. Her heart both jumped and then hammered when she saw the garage door open and Adam standing by his bike with what looked like an overnight bag beside him. Just as she was considering bolting, it was as if he sensed her presence, and he turned around. "Oh, hello. What are you doing coming along this way?" "Totally hoping to bump into you," Pip thought. Pip rearranged her face into what she thought was a breezy, happy, I do this all the time look. "Just getting a bit of fresh air before some meetings and getting on with my day," Pip said as she stepped onto the drive. Adam approached and kissed her on the cheek. "How was the rest of your weekend?" "Yep, busy. The girls are gone now, so I've some peace." "Nice." Pip pointed to Adam's bike and bag. "Going somewhere?" "Few problems at work. I really need to get back and do some face-to-face stuff." Pip swallowed and her face fell. She really wanted him to stay, like forever. How was she going to tell him that? Harry's words raced through her brain, but then she checked herself. If she said anything, Adam would probably think she was some silly country bumpkin who had overthought what was little more than a few lunches and a couple of kisses. She frowned at her own voice as it came out. It was a sort of strange, stilted squeak. "You must have had enough of us by now. Need to get back to your life and not be bored out of your brain." Adam caught her arm. "I was going to say something about that, actually." Here it comes, Pip thought. She could barely stand to even look at him. "Oh, yes, right." Pip went completely cold. He was going back to the city to do his big finance honcho job, to live his actual life, not his break from reality where a woman down the road made him silly dinners and felt herself tingle whenever she laid eyes on him. "I hope you've, Pip paused and looked away for a second. "Had a nice break down here. Maybe we can catch up sometime. If I was ever up in town or anything. You see, the fast train..." She stopped embarrassed as she heard herself rambling in the odd, unfamiliar, squeaky voice. Adam went to say something, and then stopped. A strange look crossed Pip's face as she realised that he wouldn't be interested in catching up with her, that he'd rather leave his little break from reality in the country behind. She'd clearly got the completely wrong end of the stick. She went to speak, but he interrupted. "Yeah, I've had such a good break down here that, well, I was thinking that I might make it permanent a few days a week." Pip hadn't really heard what he had said. Truth be known, she was a little bit irritated once she'd realised he'd been messing around with her heart. She felt the same annoyance at his attitude as she'd had when she'd first set eyes on him in the orchard. Knock yourself out. It was all very well that she'd been a bit of a fool to totally fall for him because of the kisses and the exchange of work for dinner, but now he was confusing her and making her feel weird and desperate. On top of desperate, she felt so very awkward and colossally disappointed. So disillusioned that it felt as if a bile-like disappointment concoction was residing in the pit of her stomach. As she tried to digest what he had just said, not just her forehead, but her whole body wrinkled in confusion. She shook her head. "Sorry, permanent?" Then, deciding that she didn't want to know the answer, she turned back to look towards her house down the lane. "Look, I've got to go. Anyway, yeah, see you later." Adam stepped towards her and squeezed her arm. "I meant I'm not going back full-time." "Not going back? What?" "No, the hills have tickled my fancy." Pip frowned and squeezed her eyes together. She wasn't sure what she was hearing or quite what he was saying. Was he talking in riddles? She shook her head. It was as if her ears had stopped working, and she couldn't quite digest his words. What? You're going to need to spell it out to me. I'm going to stay around. If you know, you might want to explore stuff further. After a second of silence, Pip pulled her arm away from Adam's grasp. She took a step back, still trying to make sense of what he was saying. Was he suggesting what she thought he was suggesting? She felt a mixture of emotions: confusion, surprise, excitement. Was he saying he was going to be around the hills? She remembered how he had made her feel, how the tingles had made her feel alive, how she simply just seemed to love him. She felt a rush of adrenaline as he continued, and revealed he wanted to stay in the pretty beach hills. She couldn't believe it. Did he mean what she thought he meant? Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? She asked with her eyes narrowed. Adam chuckled. I think so, yeah. I want to be with you, Pip, for, real. Not for the exchange of dinner and all that. I know it's odd as it's been so quick, but I've felt like it since the orchard. Pip's heart raced as she tried to compute his words at the same time as her veins tingled and her heart raced. It flashed through her mind that this was not the most sensible decision, to let herself fall in love with a man she hardly knew much about at all. But she realised it was too late anyway. She was already very much in love. I would very much like that, she said, her face flushed. What about everything? Baggage? The girls? Luke? Where will you stay? Adam smiled, took her hand and squeezed it. Good. I would too. We'll work it out. All Pip could manage to do was nod, and then Adam kissed her. Pip felt the earth slip away from underneath her feet, and her heart skipped 400 beats. It felt like they had been building up to the moment since the second she'd seen him without a shirt in the orchard. Adam turned to her with a serious expression. And, yeah, there's something I need to tell you, he said, his voice soft. She'd never heard him sound like that before. What? Pip asked, her heart racing. I love you, Pip. It hit me like a ton of bricks after the terrarium evening. Pip felt tears welling up in her eyes. She felt the same way, and to actually hear the words was something else entirely. I love you too, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Adam kissed her gently. Good. Because I'm staying around. I don't know what is what yet, but I'll work it out. I'll commute from the hills to London a few days. I don't know. We'll work it out and see. I can stay down here and up in town. I've spoken to Luke about it. Pip didn't know what to say. You're really going to stay a few days a week? I'll still see you. I am. I can work remotely most days, and the train journey isn't too long. And it means we can see what happens. At least that's if you want to give it a go. If I want to. Pip was shocked. I'm lost for words, she said, her voice shaking. You don't have to say anything, Pip. I love you, I love the hills, and I'm here to stay. That's it. There's no more to say. Pip let herself beam. It really was an arrangement that worked for her. She squeezed his hand and looked up at him. I love you, Adam. Welcome to the pretty beach hills.